Time being 5:02, I would like to call the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to order. If the secretary could please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present. Your mic.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the following additions. There's been a request to move 2019-367 from the Admin and Finance Committee to the full board, and a request from staff to move 2019-369 from committee to the full board. Is there a motion?
Could you tell us what those motions or what the motions are?
2019-367 is a resolution for the Lopet to assign a lease to Bolduc Nordic Sport, their bicycle repair tenant. 369 in planning.
Is the UV filter on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Commissioner Musich.
Other than the two changes that you just noted, have any additional changes been made to the agenda since it went out on Friday via Gov Delivery?
Not that I am aware. Secretary Ringgold?
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say of the agenda with the addition of 367 and 369, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of October 16th.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the October 16th minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the minutes are approved. Reports of officers, Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you, President Bourne and Commissioners, and welcome everybody. I'm going to start off with a report from Aquatics. The next session of 2019 swim lessons at Phillips Aquatic Center is November 11th through December 14th. So those interested in swim lessons, it's a great opportunity to get out there and get lessons in swimming. So it's a wonderful pool. Athletics. Recreation volunteers. 52 winter sports volunteers completed coaches trainings in this past month. In youth sports, youth volleyball began October 25th with 60 teams participating. This is up 7 teams from last year, which is amazing. Golf courses are closed now and have begun to transition into winter activities, from cross-country skiing, tubing, sledding, and all other wonderful winter sports. Planning is underway for the second Play Golf Minneapolis Summit to be held at Columbia Golf on Saturday, February 22nd, 2020. And this is the showcase event to learn all that MPRB golf courses have to offer. So come on out and get some information on local golf courses. Recreation centers. NPRB summer program artwork and on display at MIA. Artwork produced this summer in park programs with Minneapolis Institute of Art is currently on display in the Community Commons Gallery through November 17th. The AIR, Artist in Residence program hosted at Bryan Square, Corcoran, East Phillips, North Commons, and Northeast Recreation Centers created art related to MIA's 2019 theme, trees. The goal was for students to create takeaway art as well as contribute to the cumulative project exhibition. Students worked with a local neighborhood artist to make imaginary trees blending the worlds of art and technology using found natural objects and paint. MIA is located at the 2400 3rd Avenue South on Morrison Park. Youth Autism Program at Bryan Coyle Center. NPRB has begun a youth autism program at Bryan Coyle Center using funding from the Walt Dietzig Grant Initiative. The program began in July, and 10 to 15 youth attended this program weekly. This was a great article. There was a great article written on it in the Minnesota Daily newspaper, and I'm so proud of that program, and also for Sarah, who's been leading that from our department. Wonderful work. Youth development. Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board was recognized as a 2019 Achieve Minneapolis Community Partner Ally in honor of its outstanding support of Achieve Minneapolis and Minneapolis youth during the 2018 and 2019 fiscal year. So from July 2018 to June 2019. NPRB employed 12 step-up interns, ages 16 plus, at recreation centers and the J.D. Rivers Garden. A little bit of information on planning. Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan. The CAC, or the CAC, meeting number 9 on Tuesday, November 19th at Powderhorn Recreation Center will include a presentation of the recently completed traffic study. On Thursday, November 21st at Wyndham South Recreation Center, a community open house will provide the general public an opportunity to discuss the Parkway Road with NPRB staff and consultants. Both events are from 6 to 8 o'clock p.m. Update Lindale Farmstead Recreation Center. The general contractor has begun working on the interior of the Lindale Farmstead Recreation Center for 2 weeks, and excavation for the new addition started Monday. Despite the delayed start, the project appears on track to reopen in April of 2020. The Recreation Center is closed during construction. Visitors are reminded to check in at Bryan Square and MLK Recreation Centers for information on programming temporarily relocated. And it's great to see the work out there. I can see it every day when I go by it. Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design. On Tuesday, November 19th, staff will be hosting the 3rd Community Advisory Committee meeting with the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center's pre-design project. This project will help the community and park board envision the future of recreation centers in Cedar Riverside. The meeting is from 5:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. at the Brian Coyle Center, Community Center. A light dinner will be provided, so all are welcome. Please attend that. This is important to hear your voices. Forestry, women in arboriculture gathering. The Forestry Department partnered with the Minnesota Society of Arboriculture to host the Women in Arboriculture brunch at Lake Hiawatha Recreation Center. The tree care industry in Minnesota has a growing number of women working in all aspects of natural resources management. This was an opportunity for networking with others in similar occupations. A special thank you to Ryan Vossen from Recreation for providing the meeting space. Let's see here. Citizen pruners make an impact. Forestry and the University of Minnesota are continuing their partnership with the Citizen Pruner Program. The program enlists help for the Minneapolis residents with pruning suckers, winter sprouts, and small branches of boulevard and park trees. In so doing so, the MPRB arborist can focus on the important, highly skilled task of pruning and canopy of trees. Each Citizen Pruner program consists of a training session followed by a field session. There's currently 80 tree Citizen Pruner volunteers that have contributed thousands of dollars of work by pruning over 600 trees. I learn something every day. That's amazing. I should try it. So maintenance operations. Winter prep is ongoing, and that means removing docks and buoys, setting up rings, mulching leaves, building inspectors, furnace, lights, roofs, more cabs and blowers being installed, and marking plowed paths. So it's the usual prep work, of course, every time we get into winter. So wonderful work being done. And then water turnoff, 80% of our water turnoff is complete within our system, and I so appreciate the operations department with their tracking and information. That really gives a great analytics for how well we're doing within our system. So Jeremy, thank you. Gardeners and volunteers planted nearly 36,000 bulbs throughout the system this month. The biggest displays will be at our formal garden sites, including the gardens at Lindale Park, Lake Harriet Bancho, Song of Hiawatha in Minnehaha Regional Park, the Garden of the Seasons at Loring Park, the Gateway Park, and Lake of the Owls. Regional restrooms, except for Minnehaha Falls and Sculpture Gardens, are closed for the season. Minnehaha Falls and Sculpture Gardens will be open through December 1st. And just a side note, the city is testing a needle drop box test program. 4 of our parks have been selected to participate in the test. East Phillips, Curry Park, Franklin Steele, PV Park have been selected. We should start to see the boxes installed over the next few weeks. And if anyone knows, the number of needles that we find in our parks are concerning. And so these, of course, are up, and we'll see how these go. So thank you for this effort. Environmental management, community gardens update. Staff hosted a community garden celebration at Franklin Steele Square. The garden installed by volunteers in maintenance at Dickman Park, with the planting to donate to the Sheridan Story. The garden installed at Lauren Park in collaboration with Minneapolis College and the Conservation Corps. The Troop 100 Eagle Scout Jackie Thau planted an orchard at Franklin Steele with Scout volunteers, and the first 20 plot applications were received. So wonderful, wonderful work, and it's really great to see. 2 more things. I'm going to quickly read something here. So the youth football season concluded on October 27th. As always, it's fun to see young people compete with such enthusiasm and excitement. We are so pleased to watch kids cheer for their friends, favorite teams, and or neighborhoods. Unfortunately, one of the semifinal games ended early as a result of negative adult behavior or conduct. In one instance, several adults allowed their passions for the game to overshadow what we believe is acceptable behavior, spectator behavior. Staff and I are deeply saddened by and disappointed that young people experienced because their game needed to be canceled when the officials couldn't regain order on the field. Again, we are sad for the young people who had to witness adults hurling threats, calling names, and even throwing punches. This deplorable display was an unfortunate reminder that the adults in our community must model the kind of behavior that we want to see in our young people. We have to be mindful that kids are always watching us. To all the young people who were present at the game, I am sorry that your experience was tarnished by displays of poor behaviors. You deserve better. And the last thing I'd like to just to say is that Tom Evers is here. Tom? I'd like to bring Tom up real quickly. Tom is here just to briefly talk about the foundation has delivered $4.7 million for Waterworks in the first phase, and so I wanted Tom to come up and say again, thank you, and just to say a few words to the board and to people watching. Again, thank you, Tom.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, President, Commissioners. Yeah, I just wanted to share the news that this last week, the Parks Foundation was able to convey $4.7 million toward the Waterworks construction, and that coincides with the launch. Thank you, Vice President. That we've conveyed $4.7 million towards the launch construction of Waterworks. That's in the agreements. It represents a little less than half of the hard construction costs. And if anybody's been down to the Central Riverfront, you'll see it's fully underway, and we're thrilled with the partnership. Those are funds coming from the community, corporations, foundations, individuals that the Parks Foundation has been working to collect and gather and work with you all. So we're thrilled to launch that. There will be more coming, and we just wanted to let you all know, and thank you for being good partners. We're really thrilled with what's coming forward.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Yeah,
Really
thanks.
appreciate you. Thank you. And President Bourne, Commissioners, that's all I have.
Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on to the consent agenda, I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda items 2019-350 through 365. Is there a
President
motion?
Bourne, I had my light on.
Excuse me, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Bangora, you mentioned that there's going to be a number of Sharps drop boxes placed in Minneapolis Park locations, and that's part of a pilot program being done by the city. Although it is not our program, and those are being placed in parks, will we be receiving a copy of the assessment report on the success or failure and other outcomes that are noted during that pilot program?
President Board, Commissioner, I'm not sure I can follow up with that. I don't know specifically unless someone from staff can give a specific report to that. I don't know any more beyond that, but I can. Jeremy, do you know anything beyond that?
President Board, Commissioner Musich, we're working with the city. If they prepare a report, we'll certainly share that, but then we can also, if they don't do that, we can prepare a brief statement of how it went for us and share that with the board.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill, followed by Commissioner Meyer. Is this on the superintendent's report still?
No.
Commissioner Cogill?
No, it's not. Thank you, President Bourne. I just had a question about the community gardens, which it's great to see them getting underway. It sounded like you said that Franklin Steel has like 20 folks that have signed up to want to have plots. Is that the case also with Loring, or is Loring just going to be monitored or kept up by MCTC? What's the plan going forward for next year?
President Board, Commissioner Cogill, I understand the 20 applicants to be all of the community gardens that we currently have up and running. Yeah.
So that's across the system. That's
Yep.
not okay.
Yep, for next year. Yep.
Okay, and I guess I'll follow up about those two parks. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments with the superintendent's report? Commissioner Forney.
I just want a huge thank you to the foundation for all the efforts. And I mean, it's going to be exciting because we are going to see those efforts in the next year. That is an amazing effort and a big lift. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Seeing no other discussion on the superintendent's report, then I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda, items 350 through 365. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Meyer?
Yes, I would like to pull Resolution 2019-361.
361 has been moved but pulled for discussion. Is there any other comments or questions on the consent agenda? I do have one overarching comment, maybe to the executive team, just a question. There's quite a few contracts being awarded for construction this evening. I want to know a little bit about our due diligence process for selection of contracts to make sure that companies are following prevailing wage standards and applicable child labor laws, and then the Minneapolis Park Board's recourse should they not. I'm not sure who the best person is to address that question.
I might be able to try to do that. I mean, we work through the City of Minneapolis procurement office. And they do our bidding, and we work with them in terms of the construction issues. They have a division on employment matters, and I believe they're the primary agency of enforcement. We do have other provisions in the contract that require all state and local laws be followed. I didn't see Ms. Wiseman here. I don't know if she's within earshot. She is the one, as finance officer, is most directly involved in that. But that would be those areas. And if there's a complaint about a contract violation, they could complain to the city or they complain to us. We would investigate it and make sure that the contract is enforced.
Okay.
If there's someone who has knowledge of a violation, they could, talk to the superintendent or Ms. Wiseman or me or the city.
Okay. I think that's satisfactory background counsel. I don't think I need something from Director Wiseman. Is there any further discussion on 350 through 365? Seeing none, all of those in favor of 350 through 365 with the exception of 361, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, those items carry. 2019-361. Commissioner Meyer, you have a question?
No, I'd like to propose to refer this item to the Administration Committee.
To where? To where?
To the Administration and Finance Committee for the next meeting cycle. So this is Resolution 2019-361. It's a resolution approving the use of $1,250,000 from the Internal Service Fund Mobile Equipment Reserve, and to increase the 2019 Asset Management Department Equipment Services budget from $6 million to $7.3 million.
Commissioner Meyer, it sounds like you're making a motion to defer to the Admin and Finance Committee.
I'll speak to the motion.
There's been a motion to move 2019-361 to the Admin and Finance Committee. Is there a second? Second. 2019-361 has been moved and seconded. To the motion, is there any discussion, Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, so this was something that was appropriated originally in 2017. There were originally some issues with the procurement of the vehicles that were appropriated at that time. I think that since we're so close to our budget cycle anyway, it makes sense to review this in our standard budget process to make sure that, you know, these are our priorities to buy these vehicles, that we scrutinize them to make sure that they're the most environmentally friendly vehicles that are available. So I think, you know, it makes sense for us to wait on this. I understand that most of these vehicles are for the forestry department, and there's not any urgent need for them, I wouldn't think, for that. So yeah, that's why I'm making this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any further discussion on the motion to defer? Commissioner Forney.
I don't know if this is, I guess I would like to hear from staff whether or not there is a more urgent, in other words, to take the time to send it back to committee, and then is that work within the time frame of those who are requesting them?
Assistant Superintendent Barrett.
President Boren, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Forney. What this is in 17 and 18, we appropriated money to purchase equipment. We used the state contracts to make those purchases. There were delays, you may recall, from the state contracts were canceled after there was some reports of fraudulent upcharging and stuff across the state of Minnesota. And so we fell behind in our procurement plan, essentially. And so as we get into 2019, with those funds then in 17 and 18, we rolled them into a reserve. And so now in 19, we're trying to catch up. We're able to purchase the vehicles. So we're trying to reach back into that reserve to cover the amount of money we've spent this year in our procurement.
Thank you.
So they have been procured already, is that what you're saying?
Certain stuff has been procured already this year, yes.
Okay.
And this is more of a budget
Adjustment.
A budget adjustment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. So when we made these purchases, was there an assessment done to determine whether or not the vehicles being purchased were the most energy efficient models on the market at that time?
Yes, President Boren, Commissioner Forney, Musich. Yeah, our equipment shop supervisor, Dale Walker, has done a tremendous job of always looking for the most energy efficient. When it gets into a lot of the trucks that we purchase, the amount of power we need in order to do the job, a lot of the technology isn't, full electric isn't an option, right? We're waiting in 2020. Ford, others have promised electric trucks in 2020 and 2021. We've made steps. We have a grant to install charging, so we're trying to position ourselves in a way that we could put charging stations in, so as those vehicles become available, we can make the purchases, have the infrastructure to run them. But when it gets into some of the heavier equipment, I know that part of this 1.25 is a $250,000 front end loader that we had to replace that wasn't meeting the safety inspection, so we procure a new front end loader. We look for we look for the clean diesel technology, but in order to get the power, we buy what we can.
Okay. And when trucks are released potentially in 2020 by Ford, Tesla, the other electric vehicle manufacturers, we'll be doing a assessment to determine whether or not those trucks meet our needs, and if so, will we be able to source those through the state procurement contract, or is electric not covered for that vehicle type?
I'm not entirely certain on the current state contract if electric is there. I do know that, for example, we did just procure a Toyota RAV4 that's a hybrid for our forestry operations manager. So rather than a large diesel truck, we are operating a Toyota RAV4 And so, if the electrics are available on a state contract, which we believe they will be because there's a tremendous interest in this and a push, we would then procure there through that.
Okay, thank you very much for the additional information.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
Yeah, I guess in this study report on this, it says the purchases did not happen, so I'm confused about that. It says due to the issues with the state of Minnesota vehicle purchasing contract in 2017 and 2018, the purchases did not happen. So you're saying that the purchase did already happen, they just haven't been paid for?
They didn't happen in 17 and 18.
2017.
Oh, but they happened this year.
Dale, I don't know if you want to, Dale can it's kind of a rolling system.
Commissioner Meyer, can I ask just a clarifying question? Do we owe anybody money that this resolution that approving this would pay money for that we
Yeah,
owe?
and most of it is upfitting of the equipment, the vehicles we purchased this year, which several resolutions were, or 3 or 4 resolutions were passed for that upfitting that you guys, or that staff approved. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous here.
That's okay.
As President Bourne, Commissioners, so a lot of, most of it is the upfitting, it's the putting the shelves in the vans for the plumbers, putting tool racks, trailer hitches, various other components on the units. We also have some flatbeds. So the chassis were what the plain truck was purchased, but you have to put a flatbed on it for it to be able to perform the functions we need it to do to go to work for us. Make sense?
Is there anything time sensitive in the next 2 weeks that would be affected if we were to delay this to just properly go over it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Commissioner.
Most of the vehicles have been purchased, it's paying for most of the upfitting now at this point.
Commissioner Forney for the second time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I think the request is to go back to committee, and then after the committee, it needs to come back to the full board. So we're not talking about 2 weeks, we are talking about a month. And I feel that you've adequately explained things to me, and so I need to vote against the request.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, before I take the vote, I think what I'm hearing from staff is that the delay of a cycle does not impede our work. I certainly wouldn't oppose having a little bit more detailed information on this on Commissioner Meyer's request. I think it's reasonable, and it sounds like we don't owe anybody any money. So I don't have a lot of concerns with delaying this. So I'm comfortable with Commissioner Meyer's request to send to committee. Just with a reminder that, and this is a consent agenda item. It's something that commissioners have seen for the first time on this agenda. So I think that I think it's a reasonable request. If this was something that came out of committee and then to the full board and then we were deferring, then we would have had some time to do our due diligence. So I have no problem deferring this back. So all those in favor of referring the item back to the Admin and Finance Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? I guess I will ask for a roll call on the motion to refer back to committee.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
The motion to refer to committee passes. We will pause for open time in our public comment period. While the secretary gets a list of speakers, I'll just walk through how our open time period works. So welcome to the Minneapolis Park Board if you're a guest here for the first time this evening. Every one of our meetings we take public testimony from speakers on virtually any topic. This is the Minneapolis Park Board's opportunity to listen to you. If this is the first time speaking at open time, we typically don't respond or debate with folks that are coming back, but we may refer you to staff if you have a very very specific question that you might be able to actually get answered this evening. There are just two items that we ask, there are two items that we don't receive comment on during open time, and that is pending litigation and personnel issues. The Board of Commissioners and our senior staff are interested in hearing your opinions on those if you have any, but the best way to do that is by contacting us directly, just out of the sensitivity for the privacy of those folks that may be involved. All of our contact information is on our website at minneapolisparks.org. Open time lasts 15 minutes with time to be allocated to by the board chair. I have 9 speakers signed up. I'm going to allocate 2 minutes per speaker, so we're going to go just a little bit over today. And just a final reminder that the Minneapolis Park Board does not tolerate harassing, discriminatory, or threatening statements towards anyone on our staff or our guests or members of the community. So please keep that in mind when you're making your comments. So that said, our first speaker signed up this evening is Tiffany Owens. Tiffany, are you here this evening? Tiffany, if you'd like to come forward to the microphone and state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Owens, and I live in Maple Grove. I am here about the incident that happened at
the microphone.
I'm here about the incident that happened with Fireview's football. I'm not so much here to address the issue that happened with the adults and the behavior of the adults. I'm so much here to address the issue of the security that I felt that should have been there for the safety of the adults that were there behaving themselves, and also the children. Being that the park board is a public place where anyone can come and gather at these events, I feel that it should be available to the park, more security. Fireview, which these are the players. My son has been with Fireview since 2016, and when we first started, 10U had 2 teams, 12U had 2 teams, and then there were 14U. Now each division only have 1 team, and that's due to all the crime that is happening up there. Young men not able to get the things they need. So my request from the park board is for you guys to look more into your community. As you guys say, you guys are from the north side. I feel like you guys should maybe take the time to come, excuse me, to a game and just see how the interaction is there. Or take the time to come to Fireview and see how many kids that's not available to join and are just hanging doing anything, because after all, this is our future. And I just believe in my heart, as well with other parents, that you guys, that should you guys' responsibility, since it is park board, to provide more park board police, at least during the season of football. I could go on and on, but I'm gonna let y'all make it.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. I think your comments were generally directed to the board, but if you do have any specific questions for staff, I'm going to direct you to Assistant Superintendent Tyrese Cox, who can raise her hand. So she'll connect with you in the next few minutes here. My next speaker is Charmaine Mack. Charmaine, are you here this evening? Charmaine Mack. Moving on, Constance Pepin. Constance, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Hello, Constance Pepin. Thank you for letting me be here. I'm here on behalf of Friends of Roberts Bird Sanctuary. I'm here to ask you to replace the beacon on the 26th Avenue overlook with a bird-friendly feature. To be clear, we, and by that I mean our coalition of bird conservation groups, we support an overlook. But we think the beacon would endanger birds and set a terrible precedent. As context, I left 2 articles for you, one on the crisis with declining bird populations and another on the decline in insect populations. Scientists are warning of an ecosystem collapse. So in the midst of this environmental crisis, we've been trying to understand how the project got to this point, where there is such a disconnect between proponents and opponents of a 50-foot beacon on parkland in the Mississippi Flyway. We're told by staff that the community reviewed the design, but there doesn't seem to be much documentation about that. The engagements were casual, people had few comments. We wonder if community members knew that a lit beacon in the path of millions of migrating birds twice a year will endanger many birds. We're also told that an ornithologist at the U gave the green light, but we haven't been given a copy of the memo so that we can understand what the rationale was, because we have a lot of expertise in Audubon and in our groups, and we'd like to participate in a discussion about this with the design team, but they're not facilitating that. So we're really being excluded from this process. We wonder really who wants the beacon other than the design team. Please don't set a precedent of knowingly endangering birds in the Mississippi Flyway with an intrusive structure that doesn't even fit in a natural setting. The beacon is optional. The goal to draw attention to the overlook from a distance can be met very creatively without endangering birds and without a tower that is much taller than necessary. Rather than an outdated, bigger is better design that is out of place on the river, please replace the beacon with a feature that reflects and respects the natural character and history of the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepin. I will refer you to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I think you know who he is. He's over in the corner. Our next speaker is Wendy Hahn. Welcome, Wendy. If you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you. I'm Wendy Hahn. I'm speaking on behalf of Minnesota Citizens for the Protection of Migratory Birds. We oppose the beacon being proposed at the 26th Avenue Overlook. Recent studies have documented a decline of almost 30% in wild bird populations since 1970. The National Audubon Society reports that many bird species are likely to disappear from Minnesota because of climate change. In the face of these existential threats, we need to do everything in our power to prevent more fatalities. As stated in a Star Tribune article published April 2019, the Twin Cities has been named one of the worst urban areas in the country for migratory birds by Cornell Lab of Ornithology. This is a result of its bright nighttime lights and location in a flyway with a huge volume of birds pouring through. Minneapolis sits at the top of the Mississippi Flyway, the primary navigation corridor for an estimated 60% of North American migrating bird species. Birds are an important part of our ecosystem that need to be protected. They provide a variety of beneficial services that are vital to the natural world we depend upon, including plant pollination, seed dispersal, insect and pest control, and soil formation. In addition, they are beautiful to view and hear. Bird watching is very popular in our parks. It's time for the Park Board and the City of Minneapolis to implement environmentally friendly bird-safe practices by adopting a bird-safe policy. Many cities have already done this, including San Francisco, Oakland, Alameda, and San Jose in California, Portland, Oregon, and Toronto, Canada. And Chicago is considering a bird-friendly building ordinance. We need to do something comprehensive to protect birds and avoid fights on a structure-by-structure basis. We know there are many new buildings being proposed in Minneapolis. Our coalition of bird conservation groups will be happy to work with you to develop a policy which is long overdue.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Our next speaker is Ann Laughlin. Ann, I think I said, yep, there you are. Ann, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and welcome.
I'm Ann Laughlin with Audubon Chapter of Minneapolis, and I'm in the Longfellow neighborhood. And Mr. President, Commissioners, and Superintendent, it's my colleagues' discussion tonight of bird safety is timely because today, a 2-year study of bird mortality of 20 Minneapolis buildings, including the U.S. Bank Stadium, was published. Very rigorous scientific study. Minneapolis has a lot of bird-killing buildings. The stadium has been found to be one of the top. So, the Park Board's requested state bond money for the Overlook project in the amount of $3 million. So, having done that, this request triggers the Minnesota Sustainable Building Guidelines, known as the B3 guidelines, for the project. And for new projects such as the Overlook, the B3 guidelines state that they apply to buildings as defined under the Minnesota Building Code. The Minnesota Building Code defines a building as any structure used or intended for supporting or sheltering any use or occupancy, and further defines structure as that which is built or constructed. So we believe that the overlook is under the auspices of the B3 guidelines. Now, while the project does not include any glass, which would require application of the B3 bird safety glazing requirements or window glass requirements, the project will need to meet a number of other guidelines which affect birds. And among those are the Sustainable Vegetation Guidelines, the Light Pollution Reduction Guidelines, which speaks to the light that is planned for the 50-foot tower and other lighting on the overlook, and as well as erosion control guidelines. All of these guidelines will certainly apply to the project, and we look forward to the park board, once they get rid of the beacon, applying these guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Our next speaker is Representative Phyllis Kahn. Representative Kahn, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Okay, and obviously former representative. I'm here to second. Most of my colleagues have already given most of the important information about this. One of the things that I intend to do is try and work with the bonding committee, of which I know many of the members, to try and get a specific prohibition of the beacon. I mean, it seems really silly to spend something which would just have a negative effect on what we should most be protecting, which is birds in our migratory, in the migratory pathway. Besides the fact, I don't care where the money comes from, even if it's been privately funded, the money can obviously be used for something that's beneficial and not harmful. And that's what I have to say. And then the thing I always say when I enter this building, as I remember and I look at the entrance, at the mowed grass around the entrance, the park board ought to be taking a lead in planting good vegetation friendly to birds, bees, and so forth around its area. So you should get rid of mowed grass except where it's needed for playing fields. That's not relevant to the beacon, but I can't appear before you without saying that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, former Representative Kahn. Our next speaker is, actually I'll refer all of those speakers also to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Our next speaker is Toby Harris. Toby, are you here this evening? Toby, if you can come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Hi, my name is Toby Harris. I'm here regarding the Fairview football team, representing the families. And I heard what you said when kind of a blanket speaking about it being unfortunate about what happened with the playoff game there. But I just wanted to, we're kind of all here to kind of clarify for the record that we really just felt like the park board needed to take some responsibility for what happened there. While there was a few parents that get overzealous, the park board kind of should know this. We've gone for years at this, and the real thing that took place that evening had more to do with coaches and officials, which I understand are the responsibility of the park board. And throughout our writing letters and calling and trying to kind of communicate with the park board, we never really felt like we received the response of being, you know what, you're right. I feel, maybe the park board didn't need to make such a hasty decision without taking into consideration everything that happened. I felt like the park board took a couple of statements from whomever, made a hasty decision, and the result was a bunch of kids who did nothing wrong were denied the opportunity to play in a game for a championship game, which for a bunch of 12-year-olds on the north side meant a lot to them. And I really felt like, while there was kind of like this, sort of attempt to talk about it, we're going to talk about it, we're going to think about it. I don't really feel like that's what happened. I feel like it was like, let's hurry up and brush these people off so we can move on to our business as usual. And being somebody who has generations of people kids and family members who have all benefited from the park board, we love the park board, we love park sports, and we just felt like we could have had a better relationship coming out of that whole experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Harris. I think my next speaker is Lawrence Austin, if I'm reading that right. Lawrence? If you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Sure. Hi, my name is Lawrence Austin. I believe that the account that was given about the Farview, Creekview is inaccurate. I believe that no child should be punished for the behavior of adults, and that's exactly what happened in this incident. I'd like to see some changes in the operation of the games and things like that would prevent this from happening again. I think that the park board really, is letting an opportunity to be a major impact in the sports, for youth activities, youth sports, isn't quite. Is basically dropping the ball with this. We had a really good team this year. A lot of the players are being siphoned off to the traveling teams. In wrestling, they're being siphoned off to Min USA, and it's going to really affect the park board sports. And I think that instead of coming here and making a negative impact or speaking negatively about it, I think that we could use this as an opportunity to really examine youth activity and revamp it, right to the how the parents, the expected behavior of the parents, as far as the coaches, as well as the officials. I think the officials were sort of biased in that game, and I just think that there's a lot of opportunity to advance youth activities and make them be able to compete with the other youth activities in the surrounding areas.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Ms. Harris, Mr. Austin, I'll also refer you both to Assistant Superintendent Cox, who may have stepped out of the room for a moment. But, oh, no, she's right back there. My final speaker that I have listed is Clinton Duff, maybe? Clinton, if you could state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Hi, my name is Clinton Scott, and I'm the head coach of Farview. So with this incident, there are some questions that I have to ask. So with this incident, which was a violation of 4 different rules, starting with the opposing staff, which stepped onto the field with fans and parents, which also came out there and intimidated the referees, in my opinion, also used profane language. All these violations happened before I was summoned onto the field. Also, these people, once I got onto the field, the opposing staff, when I came out there to talk about the hit that was in question, I got pushed and I got shoved. Also, they used profane language there too as well. The referees told me to go back to the sideline coach. I complied and adhered to those instructions. These people from the opposing staff started approaching towards our sidelines. There was one individual that came onto that field and called himself a peacemaker. Well, what happened is it came into a situation where our coach told him, you don't even have the credentials to be on this field. This person then became irate. This person became uncontrollable, and at that process, I stepped in between the individuals and I got punched and almost knocked out. At that same time, I've been experiencing headaches because of that, and the doctor also told me that I had a concussion. So my question to you guys is, where was the police officers? Where was the security? Where were the protocols to tell them, parents and coaches, step back, sideline warning? Can I finish out?
If you just want to wrap up pretty quickly.
So my question then is, why wasn't the protocols in place to control them? Where were the police to protect my safety? Because these people were coming at me with balled up fists, and they weren't here to play a game. So my question, how do we protect the coaches, the parents, and the kids? Because people are getting hurt.
Thank you.
So I'm finished, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I will also refer you to Assistant Superintendent Cox, and she can coordinate those questions for you. Those are all the speakers that I have signed up for open time. Moving on. I'm sorry. Are you Charmaine Mack? Oh, Charmaine, your name is on the list. Thank you. If you could come forward, Charmaine, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Hi, Board. My name is Charmaine Mack. My address is 1347 Sheridan Avenue North, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm here tonight on the behalf of the Fireview and Creekview situation. I'm a parent of the team. It's a hurtful situation that took place on the field, and I don't think I need to give details because I think enough of that was done tonight. More importantly, I want to speak to the safety of our children. With this being a program that involves children, children is a state mandatory that they should be safe at all times. If you apply the rules to the parents that you involve CPS, where was the protection for our kids on that field? Our kids playing in North Minneapolis, you all know that this is a high crime rate area. Statistics shows it. I am a parent that was going to remove my children, and I am born and raised in this neighborhood, and this neighborhood has been this way ever since. I appreciate having the sports at the park, but I feel that there has been a ball drop in the safety of our children. This is not the first situation. There has been many. I think that there needs to be some new rules vamped and put in place that protection of our children, because if something is to happen with any one of those kids, and I was a witness to the shooting, that a bullet doesn't have a name or a place. I have been shot for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I will not allow that for my children. You all are held accountable for the situations that's happened. And I think that we need to revamp the rules, because if anything is to happen, you all will remain responsible. So that did happen, you're responsible. And I think if you want to know the truth, you should pull a camera, because there is camera footage on that field. And I am done. Keep our children in mind when you're making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. I'll also refer you to Assistant Superintendent Tyrese Cox. Moving on with the agenda, you missed the first part of the introduction. The Park Board doesn't respond at this time. It's our point to listen. So I'll refer you to Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Moving on with the agenda to reports of standing committees.
On behalf of the Planning
Chair
Committee,
Forney.
I will move Resolution 2019-347, a resolution approving the slate of individuals to serve on the Community Advisory Committee for Parks for All, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board 2021 Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries.
Ooh,
Chair Vita.
she just stepped out.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'll move Resolution 2019-348, a resolution approving a neighborhood revitalization program action plan project funding agreement with the Lowry Hill Neighborhood Association to contribute $300,000 towards the reconstruction of Seven Pools Fountain, a component of Thomas Lowry Park.
348 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-348? Seeing none, I'll just add a thank you to the Lowry Hill Neighborhood Association. All of those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on, I will now recess the regular meeting to go into the Administration and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Coble.
Thank you, President Bourne. The time being 5:56 p.m., I'll call the Administration and Finance Committee to order. Would the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Vita. Here. You have a quorum.
And I will hand it over to Chair Vita. We are now in your
Thank you,
committee.
thank you,
You're
thank you,
welcome.
I would ask for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes. I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes from Wednesday, October 16th, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes. We have a couple action items. No, one action. Yeah, 2 action items. Can I ask
All right.
someone to?
I'll move Resolution 2019-366, a resolution approving a boat docking permit with Paradise Charter Cruises and the Minneapolis Queen for a term beginning on January the 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2029, for a fee beginning at $39,416.39 and increasing by 2% each year of the agreement.
Any discussion? Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I have a couple of questions about this permit. Is this an exclusive use agreement?
So I think we have Shane Stencil or Annie Olson who could answer questions about this, and I don't see any.
Commissioners, my apology. We got here a little earlier than I think they anticipated.
Okay.
I'm familiar with
Are you-
some terms of the contract.
Thank you, that'd be great.
I might be able to answer it.
Oh, okay. So is this an exclusive agreement? It is. So no other users could.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is 10 years long, almost 10 years, 10 years long. Was the last contract 10 years long as well?
Well, it was,
Even longer?
I think it was 5.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that, I'd like a little bit more context about this, so I don't think I could support this. I think this is too long of a contract given, and the fact that it's an exclusive use on the river. I think there's more that we could be thinking about doing, and I'd like to at least consider reducing the length of the contract, so I won't be voting for this without getting a little bit more context about it.
If I could add, that this is in Commissioner Vita's committee.
Yes.
I think perhaps, I think I see one of the staff people coming up. I think one of the issues is the capital investment that the vendor made. There's usually an element where we've had parties put in capital investment, and the length of the term is a way to recapture some of the investment, at least has been my experience. But I think Annie's here. She might be able to answer these questions better.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Rice. Good evening, Commissioners. I apologize, I missed the question. I was en route between my office and here. Could someone please repeat it?
Yeah, so I just had a few questions about this permit. One about the length of it.
We're discussing the lease, just to give you some context.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Yes, for Resolution 2019-366 on the Paradise Charter Cruises and the Minneapolis Queen. It sounds like Councilor Rice is suggesting that there were some improvements that were made by the vendor, and that has something to do with the length of this 10-year agreement. So I guess my main question is, why is it a 10-year agreement?
Commissioner Cogill, this is a 10-year agreement because that's what we worked out with the vendor. We've been working with this vendor for a number of years. There were improvements that were made, just like we do with other concessions vendors in the system. that gave us value as a park system as well. We know that if you were able to review the background information, and for those who have been around, that this particular vendor was impacted by the lack of dam closure, there's relocation, and there's also impact when the 35W bridge collapsed. And the vendor has really been a good partner throughout all of the changes. And we continue to realize revenue, we're providing a service to the public, and we felt that 10 years was an appropriate length for an updated license for this vendor.
And why is it an exclusive use? Is that part of a determination by them that they would walk away if it was not an exclusive use?
Commissioner Kogel, it was not discussed that the vendor would not enter into the agreement without exclusive use. However, this is much like any of our other concession vendors. We want to set our vendor up for success as well. In this location, there were improvements made by the vendor in order to access their boats. So it only makes sense that the agreement be just with this vendor. If we were to move out to a different solution, then we would have to determine what changes to the space would need to be made in order to accommodate that vendor's watercraft or whatever it may be in this case.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, I guess just to reiterate to my colleagues, I feel like this boxes us in to have such a long term. I'm glad that they're good partners. I think that's fantastic, and I appreciate the improvements that they made for sure. But I wonder if maybe a shorter contract or some consideration about the exclusive use piece would provide us some longer term flexibility as we're rethinking a lot of our riverfront uses, et cetera, throughout the park system, but especially at that site. So that's my thoughts at this point.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-366, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The motion fails. We have one more, please.
I'll move Resolution 2019-367, a resolution consenting to pursuant to Section 5.2 of the lease agreement with the Lopet Foundation, Boulder Nordic Sport, Boulder Cycle Sport, and Boulder Sports LLC as the sublessee and subtenant of the Lopet Foundation at Theodore Wirth Regional Park within the Adventure Welcome Center building, the Trailhead.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I got a few questions.
Commissioner French?
Is this a new lease or is this a renewal?
Chair Vita, Commissioner French, this would be a new sublease for this particular type of vendor within the Trailhead building.
There's a vendor there already, right? I'm just curious.
This is a vendor specifically for bike rental, for ski rental, for bike repair, for golf rental. So the vendor that you might be thinking of previously was Cajun Twist for the restaurant facility.
No, there was a bike. Okay. There was a bike vendor there.
Oh, I think what you might be thinking of is Velo Fix.
Yeah.
Had been there for a while. That was more of a use agreement than a vendor. So this is the true first vendor they will have in space providing this type of service.
So I guess I'm confused about the difference between the use agreement and this vendor being there. Like, what are the caveats? What are the differences?
Chair Vita, Commissioner French. So the primary difference is these individuals actually have space within the facility that they have exclusive use of. This vendor is also providing the customer service aspect of it and will be doing repairs in the shop. VeloFix had a model where they had basically mobile vehicles that they would move around, and they could come in and they could address a situation, but they were not in the space to actually have exclusive use of it. So this would be a vendor who would have exclusive use in the space. And I'm starting to feel perhaps that John Munger is coming up behind me to help with this as well. He might be able to provide a little bit more clarity on that piece.
How you doing?
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Ringgold and Chair Vita and Commissioner French. Yeah, it's a subtle difference. So Velofix was in, they could use space that they did bike repair and so forth for us. But like Jennifer said, or like Assistant Superintendent Ringgold said, it wasn't a exclusive use situation. So we would use the same space as they would at times.
Okay, I guess another concern I have is I remember the old bike rentals, and they're kind of costly and pretty pricey. Is it still going to be as high as with this new vendor, or do we know what the prices are going to look like? I want to make sure the folks in North Minneapolis can afford these bikes, because I think they're pretty pricey.
Superintendent Vita and Commissioner French, sorry, is it wrong? You're not the Chair Vita. Just scratch my whole protocol. Sorry. Yeah, so the prices are not very high, but they are not probably what you're thinking of. We try and address that in other ways. So we will work with youth groups, with the park board, and make the bikes and the skis and the rentals available in other ways. So for instance, Redeemer Center for Life will come and they'll do a day where they'll go tubing this winter and they'll get free ski rentals and free lessons as well. We do that with a number of different groups, and that's how we address that issue.
I guess my concern is, what if you're not a member of one of these groups, you're just a family that wants to come out and rent a couple bikes, and the cost is cost prohibitive? What do you do then? And this was not supposed to happen. This was supposed to be something that North Minneapolis was supposed to be able to use. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. I want the whole city to be able to use it. Is this a minority business?
No, it's not.
Do they have any minority employees?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, all those lights just started popping on, but I'll start with Commissioner Forney, please.
Oh, thank you. This isn't on the motion or the resolution and everything, but I want you to activate the space. I mean, I'm really excited that you will have somebody, shall we say, permanent in there. And so I'm curious, anything as far as what's replacing Cajun Twist? Because that is a wonderful space, and I want to make sure that it is wonderfully used, and it's helpful to know.
Sorry, I'm thinking more about protocol. Chair Vita, Commissioner Forney. Yes, we are working very hard on that. We're resolving the issues with the equipment that was in there before. We're getting that accomplished right now, and then we should be putting out a new request for proposals in the next few days, hopefully next week, and getting somebody in there as quickly as we can.
Good. I hope you're successful. That's my hope.
Commissioner President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I'm supportive of this resolution, but I do have in context of the entirety of the agenda, and when I am looking at some of the comments that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold just said about why this is a lease and some of the pieces of exclusivity that come with it. Weighted against Commissioner Cogill's comments and questions around 2019-366, I'm wondering if the board needs to work on some vendor standards of, sometimes these agreements come through for concessionaires and vendors, and sometimes they're permits, sometimes they're exclusive use, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're leases. And the difference between a lease and a permit becomes something that the board is restricted by through our charter and ordinances. So I think it starts to, what I'm hearing in those two definitions is that lease and permit were almost used interchangeably. And there's a very different threshold that the board has for approving leases and approving permits. So I'm very supportive of this lease, and I agree with Commissioner Forney. I think it takes a step towards activating the space, but I think the board and staff just have some work to do with how we approach these agreements, in whatever form they are, just having some standardization around them. Thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-367, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The motion passes. And so now we have time for public comment on the superintendent's recommended 2020 budget. I am going to wait for the list of people who may have signed up during this time. I just want to say that if you have signed up to speak, this is only regarding the superintendent's proposed budget. And we're going to give, well, I'll wait till the list comes to say how much time. No one signed up. Is there anyone here who would wish to speak about the superintendent's budget? Anyone? Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you. And so next we have the discussion, and that is going to be Director Wiseman. Thank you.
Chair Vito and Commissioners, good evening. The superintendent's recommended budget was presented to you on October 16th. You submitted a series of questions that staff provided answers to, so you received that electronically and then in a form of a hard copy this evening. Those questions and answers are also provided on the Park Board website attached to this agenda item and also under the budget area of the public website. So the superintendent and all the directors of the departments, the executive team are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vita. So I haven't gotten through all of the questions that commissioners asked, but I did notice that the document that was distributed to us and posted online, unlike previous years, does not include who submitted which questions. So I'm requesting that that be added back. It's incredibly helpful to be able to see who's got similar questions to the questions I have and where people are poking and prodding at the budget. It really is a helpful tool for all of us to be able to understand where our colleagues are coming to when we're talking about the budget, particularly when we don't have a ton of time to talk about this in our meetings. So if we could get an updated version of this that lets us know who's asking what, that would be incredibly helpful to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Vito. So I'd like to have a more robust conversation around our golf courses. So them golf course questions, I can tell you, Commissioner Musich, I loaded a few of them up because I have questions about them. And I believe that our golf courses are important to our park system. So from my understanding, golf generates around $6 million in fees every year. And that's the third largest revenue behind LGA and property taxes. So if we generate around $12 million a year in our enterprise fund, that's 50% of our income. And we're talking about closing golf courses or reducing golf courses or selling golf courses. I think we need to have a much further robust conversation about what our golf courses mean and the value that they bring to our community. I personally feel like there's an attack on golf courses. And I understand that golf is not everyone's recreation, and I respect that. But neither is skiing, perhaps, or neither is playing basketball, or neither is bird watching, right? So I think that we have to come to a point that we respect all recreation, and it's positive for any and anyone involved in our parks, with all due respect to golf. And with that, the sculpture garden, by no means I don't want the sculpture garden to close, but that's a loss of $45,000 a year, right? And that's not a conversation we have. The ice arena is $43,000, and that's not including the debt service. So, it's a very interesting conversation and how this was twisted, but I want to encourage my other colleagues up here to take a second glance if you're against golf or you think that we're struggling. I think we can make this up. And like I said, some of the recommendations was raising the fees $1. I say we raise them $2 or $3. Let's go straight to the top. I've talked to golfers. They don't have an issue with it. They want great courses with great customer service, and I think that we are in the best place to offer that and help rebuild our golf program. Last but not least, I don't expect anything in our system to be successful if we don't invest in it. And if you look in the investments in golf, they have lacked. There are holes in the roofs at Theater Worth. There are holes in the roofs. So, you know, the courses are a wonderful place, and I just want to encourage my colleagues to get on board and let's come up with some creative plans and let's make some money off of our golf courses and support everyone's recreation opportunities.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I was going to say I'm not in this committee, but okay. First of all, I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Severson's comments. I don't know that it's a golf or pro or con and everything. To me, what I would really like, whether it be a presentation about golf, is more about the establishment of the enterprise fund. And why did that evolve and what is it there for? Because it is treated differently than other recreational sports. And anyway, I think I concur with you. I think we need a fuller picture to wholly understand that. I understand that there has been a study, and I look forward to us all hearing of that. And like I say, I would like to have, like I said, the history of the enterprise fund, and Sculpture Garden fits into that, et cetera. So what I really wanted, though, to address is that, first of all, I applaud the superintendent and staff and everything for presenting a balanced budget. Probably one of my gravest concerns, I haven't made it all the way through the budget, so I'm sure I'll have other comments, but probably my gravest concerns is the elimination of 2 planning staff. That is very difficult for me to support. In my opinion, the planning staff is the backbone of this organization. And I've talked with the superintendent and am advocating for the time that is spent by our planning staff to be measurable, and that we need to be constantly evaluating, whether it's quarterly, whatever, you know, how that time is being spent in relationship to our, first of all, our mission, but also, you know, our current budget. Nobody anticipates the quote-unquote emergency things that happen, such as a mudslide. But that costs a great deal of time by our planning staff, by our environmental stewardship staff, et cetera. And so I hope that we can put together some sort of a matrix that we can make that all very measurable of how our time is being spent, and particularly for eliminating staff of, like I say, the backbone of this organization. When I came into office, there was huge criticism from the Committee of Long Range, CLIC, the Long Range Planning, where we get so much of our capital. And we were so behind on all of these projects. What's been so fortunate in the past 6 years is that we've caught up with those things. By us losing staff, are we going to slip again? My understanding is that we have park dedication fee that could be spent on different things, but do we have presently even the staff to be able to set forth, you know, making those things happen? So I have real concerns about this very, very, very critical department being shortchanged. And if it is shortchanged, like I say, I really, really, truly would like to have then these measurables of how their time is being spent, and if it's aligning with how our budget goals are and our performance goals. So I'm sure I will be having more discussion on the rest of it, but that is probably my biggest concern on the budget so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I just have a couple of initial comments on the budget and taking a look at some other commissioners' questions too. There's one response. There's two staff responses under some of the golf questions that I think I know the answer to, but there's something that is kind of alarming with it in terms of golf staff. There was a question.
Could you tell us which numbers you're referring to?
Nope, I can't right now. I'm looking for it. But while I'm looking for it, there was a question that one of the staff responses was that there are plans to have the director of golf remain vacant, and then there was a staff response saying that it's recommended that that position be eliminated. I'm assuming that it's a recommendation that the position be eliminated, not a request to have the position be funded with it intentionally remaining vacant. So if I remember the budget document, it's an elimination of the position, correct? Okay, thank you, Superintendent. There are a few things in the fee schedule that I have some concerns with. I think that there are some things that could pretty easily be interpreted as an increase in youth fees. I know that they weren't intentionally designed that way, but I think that there's some increase in some field usage, which I wouldn't support a fee schedule that has some increases in what I would consider youth programming fees. I did like that staff went through some of our other more enterprising fees and looked at opportunities to increase some funding there. I had some concerns with, I asked the question about programming with the Commons, and staff had responded that there were about $9,000 in expenses this year that our staff did towards operating the Commons, above and beyond the fund transfer from the city of Minneapolis to us to Green Minneapolis. I'm very supportive that the Commons is a neighborhood park. That said, the mayor and the Board of Estimate and Taxation approved a current service level budget, which does not include funding for programming activity at the Commons. And I'm beyond the $9,000 in direct expenses. The staff response was that there was a cross-department team that was programming the Commons that were taking time away from other projects that they could have been doing. That's above and beyond current service level. In addition to that $9,000, there's a lot of other projects that didn't get done to provide that programming opportunity to the Commons. So I would have some very strong reservations about continuing to operate programming at the Commons on a current service level budget. I also have, I'm still going through some of the staffing allocations. I appreciate Commissioner Forney's comments. I'm not about the planning department. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with them at this point. I'm certainly open to hearing that case. Some of the staffing changes that I do have concern with is an increase in the Park Police Department under full-time agents. I'd like to learn a little bit more about what that is about, and again, holding a current service level budget. An increase in staffing in the police department is an ongoing expense. And I do also have, I have some real significant concerns. I saw that there was a proposed reduction in staff to the finance department. Going through 2 audits now, and I think 2 years ago, adding a staff member to the finance department to make sure that we were in better compliance with federal grants after receiving a failed audit from the mudslide FEMA grant. I would be really concerned about removing resources from the finance department that is making sure, I think Superintendent Merrill and Bangora led us through a flawless audit this year, and Director Wiseman, and I think that's a good investment. So I would be very leery to make those recommendations. But I think, like many other commissioners, I'm still formulating some comments on the budget as well. But those are some of my very initial thoughts. Thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you for recognizing me a second time. So on question number 19, I was hoping to get an answer, and I forgot about this. When we're talking about the revenue from rentals from Columbia and Worth, was this number included in that deficit, or is this a different funding stream?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Severson, that is included in the deficit.
So they reduced it by that much?
Pardon?
So it reduced that 400,000 or whatever it is by almost $200,000?
So the revenues that are estimated for the annual budget includes all the revenue that is generated by that golf course, both the golf rounds, cart rentals, events, golf tournaments, all of that is estimated in the revenue number that is generated by golf.
Thank you. And that's a pretty decent number. I mean, I'm not an event planner, but beautiful spaces. I mean, there's more opportunities for us to invest and build better clubhouses so people will rent them for their weddings and everything else. So let's think about how we can generate revenue for this fund.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I'm looking forward to diving into all the responses to all the commissioner questions. I appreciate how quickly staff turned this around. I, like others, have not fully formulated all of my thoughts, but I do want to address a couple of things. I think the movies in the parks are key. I really wouldn't want to see those reduced. I think that is tied into a larger comment around just any kind of fee increases or reduction in youth programming and youth investment. That is the priority of the board. We need to look at any other areas for cutting staff or investment aside from programming, especially those programs that are oriented toward young people. I had asked a question about the CIP. I appreciate the response. I do have concerns about allocating park dedication fees to a park without a project being determined yet. I think that it should be the other way around. And I also appreciate seeing a CIP without the undeveloped park spaces in the CIP. I think that's the way to go. Finally, just to address the golf statement, I certainly agree with Commissioner Severson that there shouldn't be a war on golf. I don't think that position, however, is can be counter to also rethinking some of our golf spaces. I mean, we could have, we have 7 golf facilities at this time, and I do think we need to invest heavily in some of them. And I'm interested in doing that quickly and efficiently and really thinking about all the ways we can get substantial dollars to make that happen and turn golf around and make it a revenue generating and better than revenue neutral investment in the enterprise fund. I don't think that thinking about repurposing some portions of our golf facilities is anti-golf. I think, in fact, it could be really pro-golf. I mean, to use an ancillary idea, like if we had 20 bad basketball courts that were kind of second-rate, but we proposed having 4 really high-quality facilities, I don't think we would be chastised for being anti-basketball. We would be saying we're really investing in having really quality facilities so people can really enjoy the sport when they're using it. So those are some of my thoughts there, but I would really look forward to working with all commissioners to ensure that our golf facilities are premier and if they're not really rethinking how they're being used, because the time is now to really dig into a new generation of how we're using that space.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Musich.
Excuse me, we do have a time-certain public hearing at 6:30.
Oh, okay.
So I think you'll need to recess your committee.
We're going to recess, please.
I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order at 6:30. And would the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here, present.
You have a
I'll
quorum.
take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I will take a motion to approve the minutes of January 16th, 2019. Nice to see those. Great, thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, and I appreciate us having them.
Aye.
All right, okay, opposed, abstentions? Okay, and then also approval of the minutes from October 16th.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, so moved. Okay, we have a public hearing in about the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary operations and visitor comfort improvements public hearing. And Emma is here to present.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, nice to see you this evening. Okay, there it is. My name is Emma Pachuta. I'm with the Strategic Planning Department, and as Chair Forney just mentioned, I'm here to discuss and share the community engagement findings and concept design for the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden, operations and visitor comfort improvements. The Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden is nestled in the southern portion of Theodore Wirth Regional Park. So it's the blue circle on the map. I also identified an area outside of the garden called the Maple Bowl because I'm going to refer to that a little bit later in the presentation. The garden was established in 1907, and its goal was to really preserve native fauna as the city of Minneapolis grew. The garden has grown to host over 60,000 visitors annually, and people come to enjoy the wildflowers, the woodlands, wetlands, and the prairie areas. The Theodore Wirth Regional Park Master Plan that was adopted in 2015 outlined improvements to the garden, and that included the main entry and paths and enhancements to buildings and facilities. So these recommendations are responding to the language in the master plan. The Eloise Butler Management Plan from 2010 also outlined a goal to expand programs and resources to accommodate future audiences, and the garden staff have really done a lot of work to meet that goal. So some of these recommended improvements would help make sure we are meeting regulations. Others would help staff be able to do their job adequately as visitor numbers have grown. And other improvements are for enhancing the garden users' experiences. So we came to the community with proposed improvements this summer. They included the addition of an all-gendered, family-friendly, ADA-compliant bathroom, the proposal to demolish the existing tool shed that currently acts as both a tool shed and an office space for staff, to add a new tool shed to be built outside of the garden's existing boundary, to add addition to the visitor center that would then house the offices for staff, and to add or redesign and rethink a new front entry area that would be between the parking lot and the garden gate. So these are some photos of the entryway. If you haven't been there before, you can see some stairs that take you down to the garden gate. The area of redesign is a little bit to the right of the stairs that we were asking visitors to help us rethink. And then these are just a few photos of the existing buildings. You can see on the left photo there's a picture of the tool shed that we're proposing to demolish and give back to Habitat. The bathrooms are to the right of that photo, and then the photo on the right is an image of the visitor center. Something that you might notice is that these buildings are really unassuming. Something that we heard is how much people that visit really value the feel of these buildings. They really come for the garden experience, and the fact that they're kind of hidden away in nature is actually something that people really appreciate about the space. So the recommended concept design resulted in part from community engagement that was completed between June and September of this year. We tried to engage several different audiences, and we used several different strategies to do that. The majority of the engagement was with folks who already visit the garden. And we also felt that it was beneficial to expand engagement to include audiences who might live and play in the area but maybe haven't visited yet. So we really wanted to learn about what would bring those folks into the garden as well. So over 700 people gave their input over the course of the summer. The ages that we were able to document ranged from 7 all the way to over 80. So overall, one of the main things that we heard from folks as we engaged with them was just how much people, again, valued the feel of the garden, and really they wanted us to preserve and maintain that feel as we moved forward with recommended improvements. Additionally, there was a lot of interest in us thinking about accessibility and inclusivity with some of these recommendations. Even though we're not proposing to make Eloise Butler ADA accessible fully, you may notice that some of our recommendations do think about accessibility in different ways. So another question that we asked was a multiple choice question about design elements for the entryway. The top 4 options that people chose included nature-inspired art, native plantings, a small nature play area, and an accessible path. And I just want to note that the nature-inspired art and the small nature play area in the photos are kind of depicted as sort of large infrastructure elements. And we really think that there's a lot of flexibility to create impermanent or sort of temporary pieces for these things. So for example, nature-inspired art could also be a classroom of youth doing an art project that then gets hung up on the gate for a week. So we think we can be really creative with sort of identifying what those things look like as we move forward with the actual design. And then some other ideas that we heard for additional improvements included to enhance natural areas adjacent to the garden, to add plant labels with indigenous language names, and to add wayfinding signs in the garden. And again, you might notice that accessibility and inclusivity is kind of a theme that's popping up. So we're still moving forward with the original recommended improvements, and then we do have some additional ones that came from community. One is to screen in the porch of the visitor center. We heard from staff that they really didn't have enough space to accommodate classes and groups of folks that were coming into the garden for programming. So we were trying to think of ways without building new structures to be able to better utilize some of the spaces. And the entryway design elements, the top 4 that made it from our survey into here, so the nature-inspired art, the native plantings, the play area, and the accessible path. Another thing we're recommending is to add gathering or programming space. So again, to help staff be able to work with groups of people, and then also a hard surface accessible path to lookout points to the Maple Bowl. We really see that there's a lot of opportunity to design the entryway to accommodate folks who might be able to access the actual garden paths, but be able to have some really beautiful lookouts to the Maple Bowl area. And then lastly, there's a recommendation to shift the garden border for a better garden user experience and to better preserve habitat around the garden. And I will go into that in just a second. So this photo is just an image of the existing plan. You can see the stairs that go down into the front gate, and then the bathrooms and the existing tool shed in the visitor center are all pretty close to the front gate. So that's where our recommended improvements are. We're not touching the other area of the garden. And then there's a photo of the Maple Bowl area. So again, that's a really beautiful space that we'd like to create some lookout points to, and that's actually in Worth Park. It's not part of the garden itself. Zooming in a little bit, so this is what we kind of envision for some of the building recommendations. The bathroom addition would be next to the existing bathroom. The tool shed, as mentioned, would be outside the existing fence. And then there would be an addition to the visitor center for staff space. So that would include offices and also a stairway to go up to the second floor storage. Right now, staff is actually using a fold-down ladder, so we really want to make sure that we give them a better way to access that storage. And then just some images of what these additions could look like, again, kind of maintaining that feel that people really love in the garden. And then zooming out, this is what the proposed fence line. We worked with stakeholders and staff to kind of identify where the fence line might be able to be moved. Just to note that it would not encroach on the existing Worth Park paths around the garden. And then there's some photos that just kind of show some of the paths in Eloise Butler that abut sort of the existing fence line. So we think that there's a really big opportunity to help give those paths room to breathe and also bring in some of the habitat that's already really well preserved around the area. And then lastly, these design concepts haven't been vetted with community, but this is kind of an idea of what the design of the front entryway could look like, which would include an accessible path and some lookout points and some different ideas for what a gathering space could look like as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich?
I think you need to hear testimony before you hear from us.
That's fine. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one speaker. Gordon Huser, are you here? Oh, Gordon, please come forward and share with us your thoughts.
Hello, I'm Gordon Hoosier. I like a lot of the ideas being presented. I had a conversation just prior to coming. One of my concerns was the play area. There is a large park that you did like 2 years ago, less than a quarter of a mile away. And I was told that that was not what was going, that kind of playground park area was not what was being proposed, but I don't see any explanation of what is being proposed. And so I'm curious, what are we talking about? And can we know that now rather than after it's built? Thank you.
Thank you. And Gordon, what I'm going to do is I am going to refer you to staff to
I can
answer
ask that question.
Oh, okay. All right. So is there anybody else who wanted to speak during the public hearing? Hearing none, then I will close the public hearing and address questions here. And now, Commissioner Musich, if you want to share your thoughts.
Thank you,
on all
Chair
of it.
Forney. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. Eloise Butler is one of my favorite places in the park system. I spend a lot of time there, escaping the city to experience the wilderness, and I'm thrilled to see that we're talking about expanding that space and honoring the work that's been done for decades by volunteers to enhance the habitat surrounding the park. It's beautiful to see that. Before I get into my questions, could you go back to the slide that shows the nature play element? So the picture that's at number 3 is a nature play area example. Essentially, my understanding of them, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you take elements of nature that are placed in the landscape in a way that makes it safer for people to explore and play on them. A great example of this would be the nature play space at Nokomis Park, adjacent to the Nokomis Community Center, where we've got logs that have been partially buried into the ground so kids can play on them and hop from stump to stump while experiencing the space in an active way that allows them to engage in nature without being in a space that's meant for habitat restoration and preservation. So it lets them get their willies out in a nature environment, nature-rich environment, without damaging spaces we're trying to preserve. So if you'd like more examples of that, send me an email and I can send you pictures of the spaces I know we have in the system. And that's similar to what's being proposed here, right? That we would use natural materials and allow kids to play, and it would be signed in such a way that it makes it clear that this is an okay space for that, but that behavior should not be engaged in elsewhere in the garden.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Musich, yes, that is, I do recognize that the photo might be a little misleading. We struggled to find a really good photo of a nature play area that young people could sort of understand what it was. But yes, what we heard from staff is that there's actually already informal nature play areas that are being created. And so we even discussed this idea of just making sure, having staff weigh in and make sure it's safe and maybe adding some signs. Like, we don't have to build something new necessarily to incorporate an element like this into that area.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for the clarification. The other question I had about this was engagement around the implementation. So when we do have things that we're ready to implement that are proposed in this, what sort of communication is done, and do we do any additional engagement to ensure that what's actually happening is what people think is happening based on the plan?
Commissioner Forney, Chair Forney, Commissioner Mesich. My understanding is that once or when or if this is approved by the board, this would then go to a design project manager, and that there would be additional engagement. As I started in May, I'm not totally familiar with the process, but I did speak with some of the design team and understand that they are willing and able to do additional engagement and make sure folks feel like they're able to weigh in on actual designs as they get created.
Okay, wonderful.
But I don't know if I answered your question fully.
I think you did. If someone's subscribed to the project updates, they'll be notified of additional engagement opportunities and provided with more detailed plans as we're releasing them.
That's my understanding.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I have a question. I don't know if this can be answered now, but how much do we lose a year on the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, I don't believe I'm the best person to answer that question for you.
Is there anyone here that can answer that question?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, we can look into that. We don't have that off the top of our heads.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Vito?
Thank you, Chair Forney. I would just like to say I was able to go on a tour over the weekend of the proposed changes and the additions, and I thought it was just wonderful. I mean, that park's been there forever, and there were places I've never been within the park. There are opportunities to make it even better than what it is. I appreciate the new ideas around fencing, the lookouts. I mean, it was just amazing, just the way that they're thinking of the space that we have. The nature play area, there was nothing there, but I can envision what it would look like just by being told this is where we want the nature play area to be. We have a bunch of people in our city who are committed to making this space better. They spend hundreds of hours of their time pulling buckthorn and, cleaning up that area. And I just think we have to commit to them as much as they have to us and to the city at large, to visitors, to people who live here, so that we are able to go in that space safely. Again, it's just a wonderful space. If you haven't been in there, I say get lost in there and find your way around. You'll come out somewhere and you'll find your way back home. But it's the kind of space that you want to get lost in. You want to find your way around. There's so much to see. There's birds. There's paths that people have created. In my time in there, I was hiking. I mean, it was like a real hike. It wasn't just like, I texted the commissioner after and said, why didn't you warn me? Like, I'm glad I wore my hiking boots because it was exercise. And it's not even a mile away from my house, and I didn't even know that all of that existed. I think we tend to go to the same places in these kind of areas, the familiar places. Not only are they trying to expand familiar places for people, but there's other opportunities once you get in there. I know it sounds weird, but I suggest that you get lost in there, you find your way around, you look at everything that your eyes can see in there. It's comfortable, it's safe, it's nature. Now we're hearing these studies that if you spend 10 minutes in nature, you just feel better. And that's the place that we can do it. I think we need to invest in it being better and better and better as much as we can. It's ever changing, and it's up to us to continue to make sure that we stay on top of how it changes. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights, so. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Koya.
Sorry, I forgot.
You're hiding behind your folder.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I also want to echo just some of Commissioner Vita's points. I am very excited about the improvements. I very much appreciate the tour that I was provided about 2 weeks ago now. And the one piece on the tour that I noted and that I'm excited about and just want to confirm is that with moving the fence, we would be getting a fence that does not have barbed wire. Is that correct? Is that a true statement? Will we be removing all of this barbed wire that is around the park?
Chair Forney and Commissioner Kogel, that actually didn't come up in the discussion. My understanding is part of that is due to keeping deer out of the garden. So I can definitely check in and respond to that, but I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I would hope that there were maybe some other tactics than really scary looking barbed wire to keep the deer out of the space, and it looks fantastic otherwise, but aesthetically and just in terms of the look is kind of scary. So thank you, really appreciate it.
You're finished.
Nope.
Oh,
I
you have
turned it
another?
back on.
Okay.
I don't have a question. I have another comment because Commissioner Cogill reminded me. I am also a fan of getting rid of the barbed wire. It looks like we don't want people to come in. It looks the opposite, you know. So I am a fan of getting rid of it as soon as we can. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay, I think all lights are off, okay. Okay, thank you. I too am very excited about this, particularly under the theme of accessibility and inclusivity. People don't know about it. People don't think that they can access it. And so, you know, the effort that this is looking to do and everything like that, I am so supportive of. I mean, I do know this. I can't say by like the back of my hand, but I know it very, very well. I feel like I grew up there. And the overriding concern I want is to make sure that the integrity of the garden is kept. And I'm hearing that, and so I so appreciate that we're going to make it accessible, but to understand that there are the limitations because we need to protect the integrity, you know, of the garden. So, so when one says gathering spaces, I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, clear cutting, you know, a bunch of area to be able to now have a gathering area. Anyway, that type of sensitivity is so critical to me. I love, you know, the fact of the nature-inspired art. I think is marvelous. I recently was at the Arboretum, and their wonderful vine structures and stuff like that. And so making them temporary it really excites me. And you know, if we can make it interactive in any way, that would be even more fun. You know, I have to ask the question, as far as where the fence is going, are we buckthorn free, or is this a new project that the buckthorn busters need to be attending to?
Someone was actually coughing and I didn't hear your question. I apologize.
As far as the new area that we're including, do you know if that is quote unquote buckthorn free? Has it been attended to by the buckthorn busters?
Chair Forney, I don't know if I can 100% answer that, but my understanding is that this area around the garden has been well maintained by volunteers, so it should be pretty much buckthorn free.
Depending upon if that berry has been dropped or not. Okay, thank you. One concern I have, by putting the tool shed outside of the garden, I have a concern about vandalism, and I'm just wondering if that's, you know, what we're doing to address that, because the present structures are so rustic, I guess is the best way to say it, and so I have a concern that you make sure that we don't have vandalism And I guess I will also just say that to me, this is such a jewel. It has been a pleasure. I've taken a lot of our new immigrants, you know, to their city out there, and they're just jaw dropped. You know, it is just an amazing facility, but we do need to make it more accessible, more, better known that it's there. I think it's probably also, you know, as far as our marketing. And I guess I need to say thank you. There are a few friends here, and I want to applaud you all, friends of the Eloise Butler and everything, for your steadfast support and your advocacy, you know, for the garden. This is probably the most pristine piece that we have in the entire park system, and your efforts are so appreciated, and I look forward to us moving this forward. So on that, I don't see any other lights and everything. All those in favor of, well, first of all, I haven't had a motion yet. That's right. I need a motion for the resolution. Somebody would read that?
You don't move it.
I close the hearing.
You go for it, Peter.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-368, a resolution approving the concept plan for Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden operations and visitor comfort improvements at Theodore Wirth Regional Park.
All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstentions? That is moved. It's okay if I continue with our agenda and get finished with that? Okay, I will finish then with the agenda. Would somebody please move the next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2019-369, a resolution approving a UV filter and structure easement and a stormwater reuse agreement with the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization at the site currently but not permanently known as Towerside Park.
Any questions on this? And just also for a reminder, people, this is going to the full board then this evening. Commissioner Meyer.
I'll just quickly say that I'm happy that this is happening. The UV filter is a really innovative thing with the watershed district there. And the park is going to be closed later in November as proposed to be, so that's why they're asking for an accelerated timeline tonight.
Thank you for that explanation. So it doesn't sound like we want a presentation on that. All those in favor of the motion, resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That is moved. Okay, we have a study report about the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan and process to determine a regional park boundary at the Upper Harbor Terminal. And Kate is here to present to us.
Thank you and good evening, Commissioners. So you may remember that back in August, we had taken our Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan as far as a public hearing, and I had given you a brief presentation and then immediately recommended no action on that night because the city and the park board and kind of all partners involved felt the need to study the potential park boundary a little bit further. So that is what we have been doing since that time. So I want to give you an update tonight and then also an update on the schedule. So this boundary has been studied by a number of different parties. There's quite a few more technical teams that are looking in more detail at the Upper Harbor Terminal Plan in general from what the City Council had passed back in March of 2019. Public Works staff, their technical teams. We have our own technical consultants on board now. So everybody is kind of taking a deeper dive into this plan. In addition, the city and the park board have both convened various community committees around the Upper Harbor Terminal. And so some of these aspects we've been talking through with this community group as well. And we typically also go to the Above the Falls Community Advisory Committee, both on Upper Harbor Terminal, but certainly for the master plan. So this slide I had showed you before that kind of showed where the proposed boundary was back in March and then again in our regional plan, park plan in August. And it as you can see from the area in green, that it contains the riverfront and then some sort of larger pieces of meaningful park space that adds up to 19.5 acres. We had defined a number of comments that we had and concerns about sort of the boundary and the parkland as a high impact theme to the Above the Falls Regional Park Plan, but it was not something that we could address in our plan on our own. We needed all partners to agree on any boundary change. There were a number of comments. Some of it was about the amount of the parkland, and there were some comments who felt like it was too much, but I would say more in general felt like 19.5 acres was not enough. The other was concern about the private development between the parkway and the river, which you can see with those two red arrows there on the northern development parcel. People felt that this privatized the riverfront and would just create less of a high-quality regional park. It doesn't fit kind of the standard system of parkways elsewhere in Minneapolis system. So as the team started looking in more detail at the existing concept plan, you'll see this alternative A is mostly reflects the concept plan that was passed by the city back in March. Some things that kind of started leading us to look at the road alignment and then therefore the boundary in more detail was people's concerns, community concerns about sort of the access to the riverfront around Dowling feeling a little bit too private, not public enough, not park enough. I think just given that it landed in what felt like a relatively small park space that was kind of between two larger pieces of private development. We had some issues with the rail crossing and kind of needing to push the road out further than that, and just concerns in general about how the traffic and the loading of potentially truck traffic or larger vehicles would maneuver around the music venue, and just concerns about kind of access to the public spaces that we were hearing from community members, because Dowling is the only access for the time being, and some of these other park spaces were a little bit farther away. So one alternative that we had studied with kind of our community advisory committee and internally was this alternative B, which basically, as you can see, maintains the riverfront as needed, but consolidates those sort of three pieces of parkland that you saw on this slide, noted with all the number 2s, slides the music venue south and consolidates the parkland kind of more at the end of Dowling. This does not change the amount of parkland. It's still 19.5 acres, but it puts it in a more accessible location and gives us kind of one larger piece as opposed to 3 smaller pieces. There are a number of advantages that we felt as a technical team this had. It also, I should note, pushes the parkway between any private development and the river. So it resolves that concern that we had been hearing from developers, or from community members, both on the northern land and on the in front of the music venue. So there were a number of sort of technical reasons why staff, I think, felt that alternative B had some advantages, both as far as like limiting any potential conflicts between the music venue and the park. Without the music venue in the middle of the park as kind of an adjacent neighbor, we had fewer concerns about how loading or truck traffic or noise and congestion might impact the park. We also felt that the larger park space potentially gives us, I think, more ability to give people options as to what they want in their park and kind of a different interaction with the riverfront. This was something that the park board discussed with the community advisory committee for the Upper Harbor Terminal. They made this recommendation. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's fairly long, but basically they also preferred alternative B, as I'd shown, or what's the consolidated park space at the end of Dowling. A lot of it was around kind of the feeling of a bigger park space that's more accessible, and they feel like they will get more of an open park feeling with that consolidated park space. They did have some concerns about the fact that puts the industrial, I'm just going to go back to the picture so you can see it. This does now have most of those industrial structures, the domes, the grain elevators that you've seen on site are on parkland, and so that does make, there's definitely some cost and implication for the park board with that. Second recommendation is that they definitely preferred having the parkway between the river and the private development as opposed to having private development between the parkway and the river, as they felt that really follows the model set elsewhere in Minneapolis. There were definitely some concerns from community advisory committee members about kind of some of the private development and impacts to the public spaces, particularly the music venue. So since their charge is not to look at the music venue because that's on city and development land and not on parkland, where we had kind of guided this recommendation was to recommend that the city and the CPC engage in a larger process to look at other options and to note that the CAC is open to participating in this process to explore options, because any potential options, there's going to be more possibilities if we're all looking at this land holistically as opposed to kind of each of us dividing it. And so they just wanted to express concerns and also note their willingness to participate in a larger process should the city choose to go there. There were quite a few kind of considerations and questions that they wanted to articulate and send over to the city and the developers to just ask about some of the impacts that some of the private development might have on the public space. Much of this is being studied and is yet to be resolved with the project, but I think they wanted to make sure that those concerns were identified and could be answered through the process. Oops. And this was the second list of concerns, and I can certainly provide this to you digitally. It's something that we're in the process of getting posted online. So the next steps, because the city and the developer also have agreed that they feel that alternative B, or consolidating the park space, works for their teams as well, would be to update our Above the Falls Master Plan document to bring that back in a public hearing. We would probably be looking at December 4th. And then this document that we have not submitted yet to Met Council until it goes through and is approved by the board, we could potentially submit to Met Council if approved by this board. Thank you.
Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Forney. Kate, can you remind me the conversation that we had on the structures and why that would be a positive for us or a negative? I'm just trying to remember the discussion we had on them structures, specifically the financial impact.
Yes, Commissioner Severson. So we don't yet completely know the impact, and so it's always nice if you know all of the factors going in beforehand, but it's just not always possible in a planning project. I think there are definitely some costs and implications to the structures, particularly around the short term. We do believe that we will have some options with them. Sometimes we know that the historic agencies are looking at these to kind of understand their historic value, and sometimes that can limit options. But from our understanding is that, I think there's not necessarily an expectation that everything would be preserved. So having the structures in the park definitely does provide some cost and definitely some process that we have to go through. There's a lot of interest among community members in kind of seeing them repurposed, reused, interpreted in some way. I think there's some feeling that there's some really interesting art on them and some interesting ways in which they might be used. It's part of the history. But the other thing to consider is that if you look at Alternative A, there is something in the middle of the park. In Alternative A, it is a music venue that the park board does not own and does not control, and ultimately, does not have control over the design or the function of. In Alternative B, there are industrial structures that we believe we can go through a process and come to some conclusion on how to either repurpose them or, take parts down that we really can't use. We want it to function as a park space. So.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't see the order and everything, but I'm going to go ahead and say Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I had just a couple of questions, I guess, to follow up with Commissioner Severson's question. Maybe there aren't a lot of details that are known. Do we know if we'd own the domes? Would they be owned by the park board if we went with Alternative B?
Commissioner Koga, I would assume that because they would be coming with the land. We have not worked out, the land transaction.
Right. Okay. So. And then my second question with this Alternative B has any representatives from First Ave been at any of these meetings? Are they aware of this potential land change? Any support or concerns, or
Commissioner Koga,
yet?
Are they aware that basically their venue has been shifted southward out of the park? And
yeah.
Yes, they're very aware of that, and they feel that this scenario also works for them.
Would work for them.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. I think that this makes a lot of sense. My last question is then the city would be amenable to amending their concept plan? Would this require a concept plan amendment, or how does this interact with the city's concept plan that was passed last March? And
Commissioner Koga, this is a different boundary.
Yeah.
I am not quite sure exactly what their protocol would be as far as council action to amend this. I don't know that it is something they would necessarily need to take forward as a single council action. It might be something that they could address in kind of the next larger council action for the next stage of work on this, but city staff and electeds and everybody from the city have definitely been involved. In fact, they approached us with feeling like there was maybe some reasons to look at this, and we were very willing to work with them, and this was kind of the result.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
It sounded like you might not know, but do you have a ballpark idea of how much added expense it would cost the park board for this and where that money would come from?
Commissioner Meyer, I'm assuming you're talking about the industrial structures?
Yeah.
No, we don't right now. And I think there's kind of the question of both short-term cost and long-term cost. We also don't know that kind of developing a consolidated park like this is necessarily going to be overall more expensive than the other plan, where things were more spread out and potentially services would be split up between different park pieces and things. So no, we don't have a great idea. We know that, in general, we have $6 million in state bonding for the park, and we have our local match, and that budget, the $12 million, which needs to cover soft costs and kind of other internal costs as well, the remaining construction budget is not going to build out 100% of the Upper Harbor Terminal Park in any scenario. This is a park that would be built over time. So this will have to be figured into the phasing of it and things. And it certainly probably will have some impacts to kind of what happens on the first phase, but we don't know the details yet.
Finished, okay. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. I, too, am concerned about the costs associated with the industrial structures on the site in the new layout. I would love if we could reach out to the city of Bellingham, Washington, and talk to them about how they preserved industrial structures in one of their waterfront parks and turned them into art. The structures look really similar. They're also rusty and look like they might fall apart at any moment, but they've turned them into sculpture. So I don't know if they have a good idea of what sort of preservation techniques were needed to accomplish that, what the costs were, that kind of thing, to give us as a board a better feel for ballpark what we might be getting into by taking these structures on as part of a new park along the riverfront. I was trying to find the name of the park. But I can't find it. So if you Google acid ball sculpture.
Commissioner Musich, I think you were talking about Gasworks Park in Seattle, Washington.
In Seattle?
And there's actually quite a few examples of repurposed industrial structures, just because there's been a lot of industrial development that has then turned over to green space on rivers across the country. And we have a really good program model and design consulting team who can help us kind of understand both the costs and the potential that these structures have. One thing that I will note, too, that I had discussed with community members is that when we are doing something like setting park boundaries, we definitely want to take the long view as much as possible, and that the boundary is set for a very long time, particularly when there's adjacent development. And there, what is within the park when we get it is usually something that we can manage over time. If we were looking at kind of the previous alternatives, there were some potential spaces that could have been created by the park boundary and the layout of the development that might have been very difficult for the park board to manage in the long term. So it is a balance.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any other lights, and I have a few questions. Sorry, Kate, you got to get back up here. Okay. On the bonding tour, I heard 19.7. We were at 19.5, going once, going twice.
Commissioner Forney, so we have consistently put the boundary at 19.5. The titles and the property ownership around the land is very complicated, and so it leaves us a little bit of room to kind of figure out exactly how some of these boundaries may fall. I think generally the intention is that there's not going to be less than 19.5. It could end up being 19.7, but keep in mind that even the total acreage of the Upper Harbor Terminal has been called a little bit into question just because the shoreline has shifted over time. Old parcel lines may not necessarily add up. So I think oftentimes even just the exact total acreage is a little bit fuzzy at this point.
Good. So I just want to make sure that I don't say the wrong numbers, but I can say at least 19.5. Okay, that I appreciate and everything. I'm assuming that somebody is keeping an eye on who the immediate owners are that abut Washington. I think the thing that's been so hard for everybody is to envision what is going to be activated there, and so therefore making sure that we've got potential future expansion or connections, things like that. And I just want, hopefully, that by this configuration, it seems to allow for any potential future connections. And I'm saying that because in so many ways we are so limited in the central riverfront by the connections into the immediate communities. And I just, want to make sure that that's on our radar as well. I know it is, but what happens to those other parcels, of course, is going to be so critical as to how it impacts our use and our connections. So I just wanted to bring that up. I am so wanting to have those power lines buried, and I just want to mention that at that time, it was NSP. Anyway, NSP has a foundation that they actually were the ones who paid for the burying of the power lines along Excelsior Boulevard, right when Calhoun Commons came in. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that there are abilities for Excel to potentially bury the power lines. I think that that's going to be the biggest hurdle for us, is getting those things to really make sure that that space is. And thank you for reminding me that we have $6 million, but that's not going to be, enough to complete, but the long view is important. This has been such a long, laborious effort. I'm so grateful to the city that we came together in this collaborative way, and now that we defined, hopefully, after these motions or these resolutions pass and everything, defining, the boundary and everything will mean that we can now roll up our sleeves and start really making this happen. And I appreciate all the work that you've done as far as stewarding us to this point. And I don't think I have any further questions. I'm in favor of alternative B, and so with that, I will take a motion. No, there's no motion here. Right. We're going to be hearing that in December, correct? Like December 6th. Okay, with that, then I'll take a motion then to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.
I'd like to reconvene the Administration and Finance Committee. I think we were at Commissioner Musich.
My mic. Thank you very much, Chair Vita. I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. I'm not on this committee. So I have a couple questions. The numbers we were provided as part of the presentation and in the budget book for golf in terms of the deficit between revenues and expenses, is that an unaudited number? Like, does it include the cost of pensions for the staff that work at the golf course and depreciation and those expenses?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Musich, budgeted numbers and the numbers that were provided as the answers to the questions, the commissioner questions, are on the cash basis. When the year is complete and we do our annual financial report, enterprise funds are presented on a full accrual basis, which would include depreciation expense, liabilities for pensions, and other items like that.
Okay, so if we were to look at the golf courses as if they were a business, which theoretically they should be treated as since they're in the enterprise fund, the deficit that we're seeing in the budget numbers is a smaller number than the actual cost to the business.
Chair Vito and Commissioner Musich, enterprise funds by definition are business type activities, and generally accepted accounting principles require them to be treated as a business and be presented under full accrual accounting.
Okay.
And yes, the deficits are larger in that representation.
Okay, thank you. I just needed some clarification because the numbers I'd been seeing as part of the Hiawatha Golf Project, I believe, are audited financials, and those are,
yes.
It's a much larger deficit than what was presented as part of the budget. So the other question that I had is also about golf, and that's, we have a large number of deferred maintenance projects and identified investment needs in our golf system. Do we know approximately what dollar amount would be required to implement all of those projects and bring the courses up to a place where we feel that they are?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Musich, before I turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, I will say that there's deferred maintenance in our entire enterprise fund, not just golf. And so we have been doing a lot of work since 2012 to work on the enterprise fund and phase in changes and remove things from the enterprise fund that don't belong there, and understand what is revenue producing and what should be a business and what shouldn't.
Okay, thank you. So the question I'm asking is, do we approximately know what the cost is of necessary investment in our golf courses, and based on that number, do we know how many years it will take us at our current accrual of capital improvement funds for those spaces before we can start implementing them? I mean, I don't think we're actually putting any money aside, so probably it's forever if we don't change that. But if you could just help me understand that a little bit better.
Yes, Chair Vito, Commissioner Musich. The golf staff, Joe Green provided to planning an outline of the capital needs that they had for the golf courses. I believe it was early in 2019. They were basic construction costs. Planning took those, escalated it a little bit based on our understanding of the market, included soft costs, and we come up with a number that is at least $15 million. That answers the first part of your question. The second part of your question will depend on where we get the funds for actually making improvements. We have significant capital needs at some courses, like a clubhouse at Meadowbrook, for example, where we have no identified source of funds to actually implement that. So I don't know whether the timeline will be infinite, but we don't have an identified source of funds for directing those dollars towards capital improvements that have been identified. In addition, we haven't, even as golf staff have been identifying those needs, it's possible that there have been more needs identified as we move through even 1 year of golf operations.
Okay, so we have $15 million, potentially more, of needed investments in our courses, and we currently have no funds identified to make those investments.
Commissioner Misich, I think that Director Weissman could talk about that we are trying to set aside and set up a capital improvement fund, but we're, even when we look at that, I think we're on the order of like maybe $1 million a year that has to go across the entirety of the
everything in the
enterprise fund.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. This evening, the Administration and Finance Committee voted to not continue a contract with the Princess, I think, Cruise Lines or something. I can't remember exactly what it is.
Very nice.
Thank you. The Paradise Charter Cruises and Minneapolis Queen. What impact does that have on our budget for next year in terms of potential legal costs and not collecting revenue?
Commissioners, Commissioner Musich, it will have an impact on the enterprise fund if staff cannot bring forward a license agreement that would be approved by this board prior to the operating season, which is quickly approaching. It will have an annual impact of the dollar figure that was indicated in the board action, roughly $40,000. But in addition, there would be potential additional costs related to working out any issues with that vendor. So at this time, staff are looking for a way to bring a license forward that would be approved by the board, so we could avoid that.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. So we might see that come back in that committee.
I hope to bring it back.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I got for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I have a couple of questions about some staffing levels, I think primarily in operations, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. And I think this is an organization-wide question, but I'm looking in particular a couple of examples of the difference between vacancies and jobs that are being done through detailing positions. And I'm having a hard time finding what jobs are being done versus what positions are vacant, if that question makes sense. And in particular, I'm looking at the forestry coordinator positions. There's 3 of them. I have a hard time with all 3 of those names in the org chart. One is listed as being vacant since 2017, since January of 2017. Is that job being done by somebody?
Chair Vita, President Bourne. So the 3 coordinator positions in forestry, I believe, as was what you're referencing. And so we have a tree preservation coordinator, a sustainable forestry coordinator, and a forestry outreach coordinator position. And so I'll start with the tree preservation coordinator position, and that's a position that's been funded for a while. It's a joint agreement with the city for funding. So we have yet to execute the agreement for the city to chip in their funding. So we've been holding that line. We do have someone detailed into the tasks. So we have a crew leader detailed in the tasks of the tree preservation coordinator, and those tasks are things like reviewing city plans as they repair sidewalks and as buildings and construction happen. They look out for the tree preservation and preservation of trees. The sustainability forestry coordinator, that position's funded and filled. And then last year, the board approved a forestry outreach coordinator position, and currently, we didn't have someone detailed into it per se. This year we did have a seasonal person who worked in the forestry office doing outreach. We have a job description for that. We're working to get that posted yet this fall, as well as an update on the tree preservation coordinator. We've identified a mechanism now with the city, and we're working through a letter of agreement to revise our stormwater agreement that we have with them annually to include the funding for that position. And so once we have that LOA in place, we believe we'll be able to post both the forestry outreach coordinator and the tree preservation coordinator.
Okay. What happens, I had this question before about full service community schools. Like what's the work that's being lost when it sounds like you have a crew leader that was detailed into a position that I'm assuming they weren't doing crew leader part-time and tree preservation coordinating part-time. I'm assuming that they were tree preservation coordinating full-time. So can you describe to me like the ground level work that was not happening from that crew leader position being detailed out?
I can call Director Sievert to give probably a better description than I can.
Okay.
We do have numerous crew leaders overseeing our arborists. Okay. So with one detailed into tree preservation, I'll let Ralph get into specifics of how things have moved.
Yes, the person currently doing the work is Craig Pincala, who is an arborist being detailed as a crew leader. So essentially it's an arborist role that's not being performed while he's doing the preservation work. Okay. So it's things like pruning trees, planting trees, work on a crew doing all the tree work.
Okay. I think that makes sense. My next question is a budget question, because I understand that the city has never, that we've funded this every year in the budget, and then the city has chosen not to reimburse us for it. But in effect, if we've been detailing somebody into it full time, we've been paying that full amount every year, and then not getting somebody climbing up on a tree and pruning trees. So in a sense, it feels like we're kind of paying for it twice. But my other question is just in the budget booklet, we have in 2017, 18, and 19, somebody tree preservation coordinating at 1.0 FTE, and then there's a budget total on that page. And I'm assuming when you add up the numbers, that's the budget total of one person full-time tree preservation coordinating and not half-time. So where's that other, in that total, where's that other 0.5 FTE that's allocated going every year? I'm having a hard time understanding that.
Chair Vita, President Board, I'm not entirely sure I understand. It would be an arborist, so basically you would see a 1.0 of the arborist totals. We would be 1.0 short in the budget book, if I understand it correctly, in arborists, and then we pick up the 1.0 on the tree preservation coordinator. We have not backfilled that arborist because of the funding. So, and then the other thing that's I think important is it's not a full 50-50 share. It's about a $50,000 a year And what I would say, your assessment is correct as far as like we're covering the cost of still providing the service.
Okay.
We've been doing that, recognizing the value of trees and the importance of working with developers and the city when they work near trees.
That gets close to the question, but so when I look at this budget book for the forestry department, there is a 2020 recommended budget of 10.1 million, and there's a 1.0 staff position for tree preservation coordinator, but there's not an income line. Where are we budgeting that income from the city of Minneapolis? Because it feels like even if we're not getting it, it should be getting budgeted somewhere, and then we should be short on revenue in the budget someplace.
Chair Vito and President Bourne, you are correct. On that same budget page, on page 76, there is an other revenue line of $49,000. That's representative of the revenue from the city of Minneapolis.
So that's exclusively
so it is
that
budgeted.
number.
Yeah, correct.
And then, so every year with our budget reports, that revenue line will come in $49,000 or $50,000 under budget. That makes sense to me.
Thank
you. I still have kind of a general question. I feel like I ask this every year, and it might just be helpful if I can see the job description, because I have a hard time even, I'm not trying to make light of it, but I have a hard time even keeping the name straight of, like, I'm having a hard time figuring out the difference between what is forestry outreach coordinating, what is sustainable forestry coordinating, and what is tree preservation coordinating. And I don't need an answer right now, because I think from the dais I've got an answer before, and I'm just not fully understanding it. I'm understanding that there's a lot of work to do, but when I'm looking and seeing vacant positions and other important jobs that are being detailed in, I'm just wondering, somewhere we've operated a human being down for the last 2 years, and if we're operating a human being down in the most important area. Because from a constituent service standpoint, I get more phone calls and I forward emails to the both of you a lot about this tree's not getting pruned. I don't get a lot of emails and phone calls saying that this tree preservation isn't being coordinating. So there's something I'm not understanding from a constituent service level, so it might be helpful if I can just take a look at the 3 job descriptions as we move forward. And if you have a response, I'd love to hear it, but I don't need to hear one tonight either. But Jeremy's getting close to the microphone like he wants to respond.
Chair Vita, President Boyle, what I would say is we do a really good job of tree preservation. So we typically don't, and that's why we don't get the phone calls. The difference between the 3 is it's taking a holistic approach to an urban forestry program. Having an outreach coordinator, we have consistently had either a seasonal intern in that position, and that's engaging the public with trees. The Citizen Pruner Program is a great example. The Sustainability Forester, that's Philip Hyandi and all of the work that he does with diversifying our urban forest in response to emerald ash borer, Dutch elm disease, oak wilt, etc. And then Craig Pincala is a tree preservation, that's preserving the canopy. So I hope that helps. Happy to share the job descriptions and continue the conversation.
Thank you very much. Then I had a couple of just high-level enterprise questions, maybe for Director Wiseman. Once upon a time, the Neiman Sports Complex was in enterprise. Today, it's not. Why is that?
Chair Vito and President Bourne. So like I said, we have identified that the enterprise fund, was not performing in the way that it should be, and it hasn't been for several years. And so we started to look at the enterprise fund and decide and look at each individual function that was in the enterprise fund, and was it really a business activity or a business venture? When the Neiman Sports Complex came online, it was thought that it would be a premier facility and that it would be a revenue producer and it would be a business a business venture. It didn't, over time, it didn't produce in that manner. And so when we looked at it and you accounted for the maintenance and the upkeep and the revenue that was generating, it was not supporting itself. And that by definition is what is a revenue or an enterprise function, is if it's self-supporting. And so that was one of the activities that was taken out of the enterprise fund and put into the general fund. And we did that with winter recreation. We looked at one point, we had the revenue generating programs that were in recreation centers in the enterprise fund, but we didn't charge the appropriate maintenance and depreciation and for the use of the building. It really didn't belong in the enterprise fund, so we shifted those things out. So we have, talked about these things and made these shifts over time to try to help out the enterprise fund and get it into a better condition. And so the things that are remaining are golf and the sculpture garden. We talk about the sculpture garden annually. We are working with the Walker to try to create a revenue producing business type opportunity there. Whether that's successful, we are watching that every year and talking about whether that should be moved back into the general fund as well. So those are the things that we will be bringing to the board and talking to the board about over the next year or two.
So you anticipated my next question. It was on the sculpture garden. So conversely, the sculpture garden wasn't an enterprise until we decided that it should be, and now it's losing money, and now we may be saying it maybe should not be there. And when I look at all these recreational amenities, and the question to my colleagues, and I'm not even sure where I fall on this with Commissioner Severson's view on this, but there is no hard and fast law on what is in the enterprise fund and what is not in the enterprise fund. I'm hearing a lot of what should and shouldn't be in there, and that's a decision for this board. And if
correct,
the Neiman Sports Complex provides a very valuable recreational activity around athletics, and we are choosing to subsidize that. And we're not talking every year about the Neiman facility losing money. We just took it out of the funding source that said that's supposed to make money, and now we just kind of don't talk about it anymore, even though it impacts our neighborhood park CIP every year. I can ask those same questions about golf, and golf provides a very important recreational amenity for the people of the city of Minneapolis. I personally think, I wish it made a lot more money, but I also look where as a board of commissioners, we've invested through budgets every year since 2014 direction to have some strategic minds in golf, and those positions have been vacant since 2014. And so when we're not investing in the human beings that will come forward with marketing plans for each individual course, I can kind of relate with Commissioner Severson's concerns that it feels like we're not, that in some cases, there are some problems with golf that I believe that are insurmountable, but I can appreciate his sentiments that if the board is giving direction to fill a management course in golf, that manager's job is to come forward with revenue producing ideas and recommendations, and that's not being filled for 2014, 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19. How are we getting our best ideas around golf? And so right now our best minds in the organization are coming forward with it's an expense problem, and it's a repurposing problem and a repurposing opportunity, not so I just want to be a little bit more thoughtful about that. I do think that there's some environmental pieces that are insurmountable with golf. I do think that it's a population that enjoy the sport is declining over and over, more and more. So I think we warrant a bigger conversation. But we don't talk about any other thing that makes money or loses money until we're trying to justify closing it. The Minneapolis Park Board has a $110 million budget. we lose $110 million a year. Everything that we operate loses money. It's all publicly subsidized. So I just have I share Commissioner Severson's concern around the characterization of the enterprise fund and the selectiveness of what's in there. But thank you for the second time, Chair Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Musich for the third.
Thank you very much, Chair Vita. I'm really sorry I forgot to ask this the last time. In the packet we received of answers to questions, it includes a new CIP that does not include undeveloped parks. My colleagues may recall that I have a park in my district, Solomon Park, that was acquired 15 years ago with the promise to the community that we would develop amenities in that park for the surrounding neighborhood. It's a woods and an empty field. We have not made any improvements there. Well, I take that back. We put in a portable toilet when children wrote to me and told me they did not want to poop and pee in the woods. Other than that, we have not provided any improvements to this park. And by removing undeveloped parks from the CIP, we are telling this community, you don't get anything because we never invested in you in the past. And I have a real problem with that because we increase these people's property taxes to pay for improvements in parks. They live by a neighborhood park, and we're telling them we're not going to improve it ever because we're taking these out of the CIP. And I have a real problem with that. So I would ask that we not pursue removing unimproved parks from the CIP. And if we do continue to have this conversation, I guess I'll have to tell people they need to come and talk to us so that you can see it's not just me, the representative of those people, telling you that that's unacceptable because people have been very patient. They've waited 15 years for us to invest. They understand they're going to probably have to wait at least 5 or 7 more years before we can invest in them based on the ranking of that park. But to tell them that they never get any investment in their park, that's just totally unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I'm really appreciating this conversation that is resulting as the conversation around golf. Long and the short of it is we don't have enough money to do everything we want to do. And I'm very proud of the private partnerships that we have cultivated over the years. I mean, tonight we had the Friends of Eloise Butler here who've raised a significant amount of funds for that. And I just feel that that's something that we have under-resourced. And what I've advocated for quite a long time is that we need to have a development officer, a grant writer, somebody who can be exploring more avenues for alternative funds. We're talking about golf tonight, but to me also I put in there our historic homes. I mean, they're just wasting away. I mean, we're looking at golf courses and whatever wasting away. So are these buildings, and you know, I'm not hearing that being addressed. And so what I've advocated for and talked to quite a few people that I feel that we should be looking further into things like endowment funds. I don't want to make it sound that, you know, golfers are like the richest people in the world. And we know one in particular who might be. Anyway, but these are sources that are just so thoroughly untapped. I mean, the foundation has done a marvelous job of tapping this. And I just, it's not a matter of whether or not I'm saying golf is the greatest thing in the world and we got to keep it and everything like that, but I feel as if we are not connecting the dots in all of these conversations. And I would like to, once again, advocate for having a development officer so that we can really seek these resources of alternative funds. Two in particular, like I say, are for historic houses and for, you know, golf. I think that those are obvious things that people, you know, they're tangible. People can really, really buy into those particular things. And I would like to see us having that looked at. more alternative funding.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French?
Sorry. I want to start out by saying I've never played a round of golf in my life except for Wii Golf. But I also know that Hiawatha Golf Course is historic black golf course where black folks were not allowed to play. Nowhere else in the state black folks were allowed to play except Hiawatha Golf Course. So, I mean, I know the park board is, one of our jobs is to preserve history, preserve stuff that went on in the city, and I think that's a beautiful history of that place. So, did it waste money? I don't know if it wastes money. I know that's part of the park board. I think that's what we are here to protect, places like that, places that are meaningful to other people. So I know there's a lot of talk about tightening our bootstraps, but there's a lot of other belt tightening that can go on besides just trying to destroy golf, where it's really meaningful to a lot of black folks, that place. So, that's it.
Thank you. Council Rice?
Yeah, if I could just I know it's been a long night. I just thought I'd jump in. I think Director Wiseman gave a very good explanation of the enterprise fund, and you all are, superintendents submitted an impressive budget. I think it's more than $110 million now when you put in the capital work and everything like that. And Commissioner Forney's comment about, you had the Eloise Butler people here tonight. You had the people concerned about the birds. Mr. Evers is still here and their efforts. Just a small historical note, and golf seems to be a sensitive issue. Back when we developed the Neiman complex, Don Siguco was here. He did, as Julie said, looked at that as a potential enterprise fund. There were a lot of big ideas. But the park board acquired that property, very significant acreage, really key in terms of how it's developed. It's even getting bigger now with the state involved. You bought that by putting a tax on golfers, $2 a round. It backed up the bonds that bought the property. And that was back when Tiger Woods was big and golf was big and stuff like that. I don't offer that as a justification one way or another, but things move and transfer and, just as you think about it, it was one of the strategies that was employed at the time. It was not unlike how we acquired this building. We weren't getting a lot of help from the city. Where are you going to find the money? Dick Miller, whose name I mentioned to several of you, helped us acquire this building. He also came up with the idea of okay, here, how are you going to pay for that outside of the budget stuff? That was the thing. Now, would you consider doing that today? I don't know. I'm not saying that, but it's I think it went to your question, President Bourne, about, what does it mean to be an enterprise? And the test has kind of varied over the years, and what you thought you could make money on, you did or you didn't.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Rice. So I would like to add my comments also. First, I would really appreciate it if we got the names back on the sheets again. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out who maybe asked the question and calling and texting, trying to find out who I needed to talk to about all of this war on golf. No, no, I'm a supporter of golf. And I really did have to call a few commissioners to figure out who asked a lot of the really good questions, I think, that were covered in this around golf. I'm supportive of us investing in golf. I think we really need to. When I was running for office, I really only talked to the black golfers, but over time, I've had a lot of elderly people reach out to me about golf. So I think we need to stop looking at golf in terms of if it's a dying sport, how popular it is based on if we have a champion golfer or not, and just think about it as an asset to our parks. There's a huge community of people that golf in our parks that, maybe they don't do other things, but they deserve to golf. I also wonder, what would we do with all the land if we didn't golf? What are we going to do with all the acres of land, and then where will we get money from? It's my understanding that we get $6 million out of the bonding bill, right, just for golf? So if we don't have golfing, we won't get that money? Who can I ask that question? No?
We don't get bonding money.
No? It's all $6 million from the fees. Okay,
It's
so if
fees.
we don't have golfing, we won't get that money. It's gone. That's $6 million. That's a lot of That's a lot of money that we need to really think about how I know that it's going to take a lot of resources and a lot of money to get our golf courses up to par, and I'm open to listening to ideas that other commissioners have around doing that. But we have to invest in it if we're going to use it as recreation in our parks. Also, I'm not supportive of any cuts to any staff. I'm not supportive of cutting movies in the park. I think that is exactly what we want to be doing as a park system, is getting people out in those spaces, introducing them to our parks. And if movies in the park is the first step in that, then I think we should have more movies in the park. Personally, what else do I have here? No staff reductions, like I think I said that already. This was just a lot to take in. I really appreciate staff time and turnaround on doing this. I appreciate the superintendent and staff bringing us a balanced budget forward. And again, I just need a little bit more time to work through it, but supportive of golf. Let's end this war, Commissioner Cogill. No. I would ask for a motion to adjourn. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Time being 7:52, I'd like to call to order the Recreation Committee. Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Point of order, I have a
Gonna do the
committee
operations
that meets prior to the Recreation Committee.
Oh, I didn't look at the order.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. The time being 7:50, I'd like to call the Operations and Environment Committee to order. Secretary Ringgold, if you could please take the roll.
Commissioner Severson. Present. Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer. Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Could I please get a motion to approve the agenda? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes. May I also get a motion to approve the minutes of September 4th?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes. This evening, we have a study report item, an update on energy-related initiatives, and the 2018 carbon footprint analysis results. We're super excited to get totally overwhelmed with data. Lay it on us.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. First off, I would like to introduce Zach Somberg. Zach started as an intern here at the Park Board, and we've brought him on as a temporary analyst position, supporting a number of our initiatives. He was hugely influential in developing the Recreation Center equity metrics and updating it this year entirely on his own while I was out on parental leave. Launching ViewWorks, our new asset management system, and providing GIS capacity across the organization. He's been a huge asset, and none of this work would have been where it is today without his help. So I'm very excited to have him here, help presenting this for the first time.
Excellent. Welcome, Zach. Thanks so much for all your work.
All right. Real quick, I'm just going to review how we got here today. You're going to hear two main areas in our presentation. The first is the carbon footprint, which I know you're all very excited about. We're very excited to share our preliminary findings. But we also want to talk about two buckets of work that were ongoing prior to the carbon footprint reduction goal that was adopted by this body. The first falls into the area of improving energy efficiency and reducing consumption. And the other areas are projects that work towards cleaner sources of power. These buckets of work, Zach and I work on them, a number of other people work on them. They largely come from the value of sustainability that's been embedded in this organization through its comprehensive planning and many other works across the years. It wanes and flows in terms of its prominence as a focus of our operations, but it's always ongoing, and it's something that the carbon footprint has really provided a framework for, and that's something we're really appreciative to because, with the completion of this report, we are actually able to turn back around to these other things that help us become a more sustainable organization and prioritize them and target our resources in a way we've not necessarily been able to do all the time. You heard a lot of this when I was here in front of you in July asking for approval of this project, but I'm just going to review real quickly. We partnered with the Center for Science, Technology, and Environmental Policy out of the University of Minnesota's Humphrey School. Worked with an excellent team of researchers there to conduct all of this work. We followed guidelines from the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. It's an international body working with local governments, such as ourselves, to establish international standards for how to do greenhouse gas inventories, which is the technical name for a carbon footprint. We specifically followed the Local Government Operations Protocol, LGOP, which is super catchy, because it's an operation-specific protocol. And I mention that in particular because the City of Minneapolis does 2 carbon footprint analyses themselves. One is an operations protocol, similar to what we have done, and then they do a second one, which is a community-wide emissions inventory, and that captures everything that happens in the City of Minneapolis boundaries, all the utilities in every home and business, or every bit of transportation that can be calculated and tabulated is factored into that, including the city and the park board. And then they do a separate one for their own operations, and we are finally doing a separate one for our own operations. And lastly, if we are ever interested in submitting our carbon footprint to any sort of international reporting body, we now have something that's compliant and follows all those standards, and we can report it. The technical part here, this will be quick, and we're happy to take questions at the end as we go through this, because I know there will be plenty of chances to interrupt me as I go through this, so bear with me. We're happy to spend our time at the end clarifying.
Before you start, I'm
Yeah.
just going to quickly ask a question of the folks in the control room. Our monitors at the dais are not displaying anything. If that's something you could work on for us, that'd be great. Thanks.
That will make it more difficult to follow along.
Yeah, I mean, we can see you on the TV, but
okay.
for those of us that have a little bit of challenged eyesight, it helps
I'll
to
try
have
to be
that
very
here.
descriptive. These international standards for greenhouse gas inventory and carbon footprint calculations divide things by sources and the control over the sources that you have. And so they call them scopes 1, 2, and 3. Scope 1 is what does the park board put into the air directly through its operations of things we control, our facilities, our vehicles. Scope 2 is our indirect emissions that are a result of the electricity we purchase from a utility company, in our case, Xcel Energy. We have indirect control over that because we don't generate the electricity, we do consume it. And scope 3 is our catch-all of everything else, things that are tangentially related to our operations or indirectly related to our operations, but we don't control the source of the emissions. For example, if it's a manufactured product that we purchase, office supplies, for example, the emissions come higher up in the upstream in the lifespan of that object, and the park board has no influence over that other than what we are buying in the first place. We buy it and use it, but it's a scope 3. It's not something that the park board is ultimately responsible for. It would really be part of the carbon footprint of the people making it. So we calculated some of those things because they're of interest to us and a priority, and we can reduce some things there. But scopes 1 and 2 are really the international required elements for doing a carbon footprint, and that's where you'll see most of our emissions fall. Scope 1, the direct emissions of our buildings and fleet, accounts for 53% of the park board's carbon footprint. Scope 2, our electricity purchases, 37.3% of our carbon footprint, and that Scope 3 catch-all category is about 9% of the total. This is really helpful, but since nobody walks around talking about scopes of emissions in your everyday life or your work at the park board, we asked our research team to break this down in a second way, and I'm going to hand it over to Zach to explain some of that to you.
Hi, Commissioners. Thanks for having us. I'm here to help out with the bombardment of data. So what we did is, just like Glendon said, we had to come up with more of an operational organization for dividing up our sectors, something that's more digestible for our internal stakeholders and something that's also more actionable moving forward with the recommendations that we're going to put in place to reduce energy and find some cost savings. And so what we did is we came up with 4 separate sectors. The first being buildings, and if you see, which you can't see, buildings is 60% of our data source for our footprint, which makes up obviously the majority of our footprint. That's just from the electricity and the natural gas that's counted in the buildings. Our second and third are our fleet and equipment. Those are divided up between large engines and small engines. We made that division based on the way that our equipment shop operates, and recommendations moving forward will be more applicable to each of those categories. And finally, the miscellaneous operations, which is fairly comparable to the Scope 3 operations that Lyndon highlighted. Those are our more minor, lower impact, lower control sources of carbon emissions. And so diving into our largest sector, that is buildings, and 33.9% of that 60% or 33.9% of our total rather, is building electricity use. If you see 33% of that, when divided up by operation type, is recreation centers. However, obviously all of our buildings aren't created equal, and I think it's important to highlight that when looking at our buildings emissions, we're very top heavy. Our top 6 electric users account for 40% of our building emissions. So when it's kind of a good and bad thing, right? They're obviously very high intense sites for a reason. And so when looking at recommendations, it provides us a more efficient avenue to step into just 6 buildings and find ways to look at that 40% right off the bat, which is nice.
Could you read us the percentages and the things? Because we can't see that.
Does somebody have binoculars?
It looks like we have 10 operation types here. 33% is recreation centers. 18% is our ice arenas, which just 2 buildings make up, which is kind of what I'm alluding to with the high intensity buildings there.
And that,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but does that include the amount of energy that we're offsetting with solar power, or does that get subtracted out later?
This is not included, because our solar power obviously doesn't emit anything.
Yep.
These are just emissions that we purchase from Excel.
Okay, so we are actually using even more energy than that to run our ice arenas, but solar is offsetting some of it.
Yeah, it's displacing some, yeah. If I just continue around the wheel here, 14% is maintenance and storage facilities, 10% is an indoor pool, that's just the Phillips Aquatic Center, 8% is office buildings, that's just NPRB headquarters and one other site, 7% is restroom, 5% golf clubhouse, 3% restaurant and refectory, and 2% miscellaneous park recreation.
Thank you.
So moving on to gas, it's a similar framework type. If you're interested in me reading out the percentages, I can, but it's a fairly similar split, I would say. It accounts for slightly less than our electric usage in terms of buildings, but gas does tend to be more of a stagnant emission source. It's harder to reduce, it's harder to find that low-hanging fruit that we'll find with our electric usage. We're going to get into a little bit more of those energy initiatives later on in the presentation. But for now, I just want to say that, yeah, gas it will appear to be more stagnant moving forward. The city noted that. Luke Hollenkamp, the sustainability coordinator over there, when we consulted with him on this project. And in addition to that, I'll also note that gas fluctuates a lot more year to year, and it's very dependent on the winter season more so than electric is. So it's really important to keep that in mind moving forward when we're comparing to our 2018 baseline, that if we have a really strong winter in 19 or 20 or 21, that could bump up our footprint in a way that's more difficult to predict. Yes, Commissioner Meyer.
Okay, so this is for one particular year, not an average?
What we're reporting on now is just our 2018 emissions. We do have the in-house knowledge now to go back previously. What we'd like to do is to try to establish a 3-year average, maybe from 16 to 18. That's something that we can measure off to give us a little more of a standard weather year. And specifically for gas, that's a great process to go about.
And 3 years is the industry standard for that?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I say 3 or 5 because I know we don't have 5 years of historic data for all these categories. The next operations sector following natural gas is the large engines. So those are the 1,000-pound vehicles or units that are serviced by our large equipment shop, our large engine shop, excuse me. And we divided this into 2 categories, the fuel for daily operations as well as business travel. So that's reimbursed car travel or plane travel for employee business expenses. You can't see the graph, but the fuel for daily operations is vastly dwarfing the other 2. So I'm really only going to talk about that for the moment. We have a very varied fleet and very specialized fleet in a lot of areas. Over 100 heavy-duty trucks, for example, make up the largest portion of that. It's also the largest portion of our fleet itself. And that's really where most of this comes from. So on a per capita basis, this large engine is much bigger than its flip side, the small engine sector, which accounts for 15% of our total. Small engines parallel in that most of the emissions is coming from our burning of diesel and gasoline fuels. There's also a category of propane added in there. It's a very small bar next to the other two. We have close to 2,000 pieces of small equipment. So per capita here, it's very low, but it also works very differently than the large equipment. So these are the handheld or pieces that are under 1,000 pounds is the categorization that we used. The last operation sector is our miscellaneous operations. This accounts for the remaining 12%. The previous ones were added up to 88. These ones I'm not going to go into detail about all of them. The first one I want to highlight though is the largest segment of this. This is non-building electricity. So we're a park system. We have a lot of outdoor amenities, lights, signs, pools, and playgrounds, things that are not attached to a building. Excuse me, not playgrounds, but that do require electricity to operate most of those other things. So that's what this category is. This is a very hard category to nail down because a lot of those amenities run off of their attached buildings. For example, parking lot lights. It's an outdoor non-building amenity, but it's often on the same meter as our buildings. So when we say it's a building, it's everything on that building meter. When we say non-building electricity, it is something that does not have a building anywhere on that meter system. Excuse me. This is an area we need to build out more knowledge about and get more detail to understand. Most of the cases we were able to figure out, but there are some where we're not sure if it was the building or the attached amenity that's causing most of the consumption. The next two largest segments on here are water and wastewater. Excuse me, waste and wastewater. And these are the emissions that we talked about earlier that we don't have direct control over how those things work. We could cut down our water consumption. We can cut down on our wastewater that we produce. We can cut down on those things to a degree, but a lot of them are key services that the park board utilizes, and hence their lower prioritization in most of our recommendations. The biggest focus for this category is really better data. It really is piecemeal, and if we do go back and add a 3-year average, these are the categories that are going to be the hardest to find information about. This takes you to this next slide, and you can't see it, but I made a really fancy graph that shows you how we go from 100% to 90% with the carbon footprint goal. It's a straight line. But what I want to emphasize here is, for the first time, we have a framework that allows us to update this annually. We will know in 2022 if we've achieved this 10% reduction goal that was adopted by the board. However, what we don't have is a lot of capacity to do this every year at the moment, which is part of what I want to mention tonight is where the management analyst position in the budget came from, was to support this ongoing work. If we're going to know if we achieve this goal, we have to keep measuring this every year. At the moment, Zach and I have been trained by the research team to use a whole bunch of spreadsheets they prepared for us to use every year, but that's a lot of time, mostly spent doing things like taking spreadsheets, weird maps, PDFs of bills, and trying to add them all together and figure out what in the world they say, what they're connected to. It's really an ongoing detective exercise that we've lacked the right tools for, including an energy management software that can tell us things like, where is our fuel going? What does weather normalization look like on a chart that accounts for natural gas variance? Without these tools to analyze this over and over again and identify when we improve something that it's paying for itself and that it is reducing our emissions and our carbon footprint, we're going to be back where we were before this project in just a couple of years. We're going to move a little bit off the carbon footprint now. I'm going to hand it back to Zach to talk about how those two buckets I talked to at the beginning, reducing our fuel consumption and improving our efficiency, are actually playing out in the field right now.
Yeah. So to address the 60% of our footprint that's accounted for buildings, we're starting off right off the bat with stepping into 5 of our highest use sites, 5 sites that account for 30% of our total electric use. Those sites are Southside, MPRV headquarters, the Minneapolis Park Pavilion, and our 2 ice arenas. Those are the 5 that account for 30%. And we're working with Excel to perform energy assessment, energy efficiency audits at these sites. And what we do with them is we bring in an energy engineer who writes us very specific report about targeted improvements for cost savings and emissions reductions to help identify some of the low-hanging fruit and also plan out when we would see those returns on investments based on the severity of the investment that we decide to make. So from there, we'll work with our trades teams to help make some of those improvements. So we're really excited about attacking that slice of the pie that we obviously saw is by far the biggest at 60%. In addition, I will also say that we're just constantly working with Excel and achieving technical assistance from them for any projects that fall under their umbrella. They've been really helpful in kind of organizing a full, broad program around this with us, and we're excited to keep building that out and making it more thorough. Moving on, staying in the electrical world, but moving on to electrifying our fleet and equipment. We're just starting the process of getting into that. We only have one full EV electric vehicle right now in our system, and we have no fleet-specific charging stations. But we actually did secure a grant from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency back in June. This is a $30,000 grant for 3 dual charging stations at 2 of our operation centers. 2 at Southside we're planning, and 1 at the new Northside headquarters, or the new Northside Operations Center rather. And so we'll be working with our equipment team, our trades teams, and using some of the recommended budget in the equipment, hopefully, to put in these charging stations by the spring, to have them ready for potential EVs moving into next year. And in addition to that, we're also excited to perform a return on investment market availability study of where our fleet is now. I think that's one of the big challenges that we've had with our fleet makeup, is that so much of it is heavy-duty vehicles that there's just no market for electric vehicles at the moment. But as that technology comes aboard, we want to be following it and tracking where that's available. And to do that, we need a more thorough assessment of where we're at with our current vehicle types moving forward. And then finally, for me, I'm going to talk about the renewably sourced electric power supply. Just a note real quick, XL has done a tremendous amount of work in the last 10 to 15 years decarbonizing the electric that they're providing to us, and they'll continue to do this to provide a more of a renewably sourced electric power supply that we're just purchasing already. And so we've seen, even though we haven't tracked it, a decrease in our footprint due to this over the last 10 to 15 years, and we'll continue to see that. And so that's just something to account for when we're tracking our decrease in our footprint. And then in addition to that, there's a very exciting new opportunity. We signed a letter of intent in early 2019 for Renewable Connect with XL, and this is an opportunity to purchase at a premium renewable energy credits from XL. So they'd be locally sourced wind and solar power that's off-site, but we would actually own the renewable energy credits. And basically, if we did commit to 100% of our usage, we could say that 100% of the power that NPRB buys is from renewable sources. So we'll find out more pricing and contract options in early 2020 on that, and then can make a decision on what level of investment we'd like to make. But I will note, in addition to that if we do decide to go towards the Renewable Connect path, that does not eliminate our need to continue to explore options for on-site solar. Renewable Connect is still purchase power from XL, while on-site solar is obviously produced on-site and is ours. So, thank you.
The last area that we're currently working in and we want to talk about, it's not a huge portion of our carbon footprint, but it is fits under this larger umbrella of our sustainability work, is our work to improve our organics recycling rates. I have here our 2018 numbers. I don't know if you can see them, but it's 3,000 tons of trash, 440 tons of recycling, and 102 tons of organics. So you don't have to do the math at home. It's really low the amount that we're diverting. The other presentation I was here for in July was about our new Green Corps member who's on board now, about 5 weeks into the job, and is doing a great job of identifying all sorts of gaps, training needs, fun ways to engage with both our staff and the public. She's kicking off a competition between our rec centers to see who can be the most improved organics site. We have numbers from the city that are very accurate, and we'll be reporting monthly for the first half of 2020 who has improved the most over 2019. And then trying to get some friendly competition there, along with, fun prizes. So the other thing that she's working on, and I think this will have a bigger long-term impact, is a training module for our learning management system that will be mandatory for all employees on awareness of how to recycle and organics disposal correctly following the City of Minneapolis rules. And then a much more detailed training for maintenance, golf, and ice arena staff on how to set up and maintain these systems, the collection systems, because a lot of the time they're unmonitored, but we have issues with incorrect bags and signs that we just need to clarify. The organic system in particular is still very new to people, and we're making a lot of mistakes just out of genuine error. So that's what we're going to correct first, and work on the public engagement alongside that. Lastly, everything we've been talking about tonight, we've been coordinating with our communications and marketing department to put much more of this on our website than currently exists. So you'll shortly see revamped pages on sustainability, organics, recycling, trash, and the carbon footprint report will also live on a new page under sustainability very shortly, as well as you guys will get a copy of it as soon as we finish proofreading it. And add more information if that Renewable Connect option comes forward to our existing solar page. With that, I know you guys probably have many, many questions, so I'm just going to jump back to the overview slide, which I'm assuming you still can't see. And we will be happy to take your questions.
Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Musich. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is so fantastic to see all of the measurement that's been going on and the great work that's been happening. I have a question about that slide that you had of the 3 tiers of carbon footprint types of measurement. That one. I don't know if I can see it. I'm wondering if we measure the impacts of our roadways or other facilities that allow for capacity for vehicles that emit carbon.
I'm sorry, I missed a portion of that.
So I'm
capacity
wondering
of what?
Maybe move your mic closer.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering about the capacity, about where like roadway capacity measurements might fall, or if they do fall in any of those categories. So I guess I'm thinking we have certain number of linear miles of roadway that create capacity for vehicles to travel upon that emit a certain amount of carbon. Is that something that is measurable or measured at all?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Cogill, that is included in the city's community-wide protocol, if I understand it correctly, but it doesn't differentiate our roads from anybody else's. It's all roads in Minneapolis. So they use a combination of state and national and regional data on transportation modes, and trip distances to calculate that.
Okay.
At this time, none of that data exists specific to parkways.
Gotcha.
And so we don't have anything of that nature in our report.
Okay, would that be the same thing for parking lots?
Parking lots, I'm not sure a parking lot functions the same way, but we could definitely look into it a little bit more. We definitely didn't touch that at this point.
Right, okay. I don't know where it would fall, but I would expect that, the more capacity we create for people to drive to locations, the more we are incentivizing carbon use in certain ways. So that's just a thought there. I'd love to see the communications piece of this and trying to push this out. The more we can do with that, the better. And I don't know if we need to bring more thinking about it, but I know we've had a little bit of work done to showcase this, but it's just something that should really be showcased, and glad to see it moving forward. So thanks.
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you for getting this on what I understand was a little bit of a rushed schedule, because I pushed the superintendent to bring it to us in time that we could consider some of your recommendations for our budget. So given that, are there any top priorities, any low-hanging fruit that you would recommend that we look at first, where we can get the biggest carbon reduction for the smallest dollar amount?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer, I think Zach touched on that a little bit. The number one is the Renewable Connect electricity sourced, power source from Xcel Energy. If that goes 100% renewable, it changes our entire footprint. The second highest, I would say, is the buildings. I mean, it's 60% of the total, and we've identified 5 or 6 buildings that make up about 40% of that usage. So we're talking a handful of sites that are skewing it for everybody else. Our rec centers are using less than they then they make up of the system as a percentage of square feet. So if we can target a lot of resources at key buildings that are that are outliers, even if it is what they're supposed to be doing, such as ice arenas, any improvements there really are likely to pay for themselves in 2 to 3 years, as well as have a measurable impact right away. So I would say that's the key.
I think the question he's asking, is there anything in the current budget that we should be
in the budget,
considering this year to help reduce our
like if you
carbon
have
footprint?
sure, like I found $100,000 in the couch cushions. Where should I put it?
Yep. So Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer. So
I want that couch.
Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer, what I would say is, so in the budget, there's two things. So Lyndon hit on the rec centers and trying to figure out what's going on there. That's where the energy management software comes in. That really gives us the ability to dig deeper than just looking at utility bills and trying to sort this out. And then also there's that analyst position that would be strictly focused on this. So Lyndon and Zach have done a tremendous job. Zach is temporary. Lyndon has other analysis work that he's been helping out with too. So creating that capacity to have someone full-time focused on this, and then we can start to get into being better able to answer your question in terms of what do we need to invest in. Some of the NPP 20 investments, like LED lights and gyms, are already being made, but what else can we be doing? That's where the Excel audits come in, the energy software comes in, and putting a head and hands around this work entirely to start identifying further opportunities.
I would just add one more to that. In the equipment section of the budget, there's the matching funds for those vehicle charging stations. So that would be another key one that is if we don't have the matching funds to actually install the infrastructure, we're going to lose the grant money as well, but we wouldn't be able to build them. So. And lastly, just a fun fact, we did actually find $100,000 through this work. So just simply through reading all of our bills and auditing it and working closely with our finance department, we discovered we've been paying taxes on some of our utilities that we should not have been. And it was an error on CenterPoint Energy's fault, but we corrected it with their help and got a refund from the state of Minnesota for those taxes.
Woohoo!
So,
all right.
Having something like the energy management software would make that a much more common occurrence, I believe.
Okay, so on the Excel point, one thing that I really emphasized when we were setting our goals with the superintendent is that I want to distinguish what would have happened anyway versus what we're doing on top of things. So that's something important that I hope will be included in the report, kind of having a baseline of what Excel is doing anyway, regardless of whether we have any impact, versus if we do this Renewable Connect thing with them, like how much additional will that do that they wouldn't have done on their own, or that the state isn't requiring them to do. There are a couple things that I felt were notably missing. One of them, Commissioner Cogill already alluded to, and this is something that I talked about with Assistant Superintendent Barrick and was disappointed when I was talking to you in the hallway and you said it wasn't in there, but I was hoping that we could get more analysis of how people, both users and employees, are getting to our parks and how our decisions on parking lots and parkways and other things like that could have an impact on that. I understand that's kind of a difficult thing to do, and we did, the superintendent did send me some data about the status quo on how people are getting to our parks, and it turns out like a large majority of them aren't using cars to get to the parks in the status quo, which is great. But I'd like to see more analysis of that, and I also think we really need analysis of how we can do more to absorb carbon with our plants, with trees and wetlands, and I didn't see any of that. I know those might be difficult things, maybe that's why they're not in there, but I'd like you to tell us what you need from us in order to get that information. Because I know that when we originally funded this, it struck me as a surprisingly small number for what they asked for the carbon analysis. You've already found $100,000. I think that would justify, a lot more. Certainly would justify this position. I hope you that. I'm looking forward to reading the written report
very soon.
and again, I thank you for coming to us today so that we could get some advance notice on things that might be going in the budget. And hope you come back to us with a broader scope.
Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer, thank you for those comments. It is good feedback to hear. And no, we did not focus on the carbon sink capacity of the park system. It's something between our forestry and our land management that we do need to spend more time on. It's complex to model and manage, but we should know it. As to park users, I have no data on that, but we did actually survey all park employees as part of this to figure out commuting behavior as a scope 3. It's an indirect cost that we have limited ability to influence, and the data is not good. We got a 25% sample response. It's just pretty decent, and we have pretty useful information from that, but it's very generalized. So it's not counted in the carbon footprint because of those data limitations, but it's included in the report so you can read about it.
Okay, great. Did you also ask about what possible things might lead more people to start using it? Like, I don't know, like if people had free bus passes, would that drive many more people to take it or not? I don't know what other questions to ask there, but
Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer, we did actually give an option for feedback. I didn't hear anything about bus passes, but I heard multiple work from home suggestions, telecommute and work options for people whose jobs fit that. But that was about it. It was relatively informal feedback, so I did get stopped in the hallway basically. So
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee, but this is so exciting. Really, it's good stuff. I mean, we could see it all, but very impressive. We talked about alternative sources. Do we look at geothermal?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Forney, I am not familiar with geothermal except to know that it is an option in general, but you would probably have to talk to someone from the planning department for detailed analysis. I don't know if we've ever looked at that specifically.
I'm thinking about our ice arena, something like that, whatever, just different alternatives, and that just, whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen amazing things like Iceland or whatever that they're using it, and whatever. I'll keep pushing on that one.
Yep.
And then I know everybody's sick and tired of hearing this, but I don't know if our water bill relates to any of this, but that still is annoying the heck out of me, and maybe we'll find another $1 million there. Thank you for the report.
Thank
It
you.
was very, very enlightening.
Commissioner French.
I guess you already answered my one question I had, which was about telecommuting and how much carbon. And the other question I have is, are we doing anything to offset the carbon output that we're doing here at the park board?
Chair Musich, Commissioner French, we are, through our fact of managing the park system and the urban forest in particular, we have a natural offset there that not every park system has those same things built in. But those, the urban forest, for example, is also offsetting everybody else's emissions in the city of Minneapolis. So if you're asking about, are we specifically purchasing offset credits or anything like that? Not that I'm aware of.
So it's not measurable right now? Or is it?
No, it is, and I'll have Jeremy answer more specifically.
We have a report. Is in the report?
Chair Musich, Commissioner French. We have done what the U.S. Forest Service has a model called the iTree system. Minneapolis was actually one of the first cities to do it, and we're the sample city. So the data we generated based on our species, DBH growth rates, et cetera, is kind of the Midwest region's model. I don't have the exact numbers, but I think we've done that study twice. We did it initially back in the early 2000s, and I believe we did it recently, and as recently as like 2008, 2012. And that's where they basically there's two different approaches. You can take your street tree population, and you can run that through the model, and it'll tell you what your street trees do in terms of carbon sequestration, stormwater retention, pollution, et cetera. And so we have those numbers. That's often what we cite when we say for every $1 we invest in our trees, we get, I think in Minneapolis, it's like $2 or $3 back. And then there's the natural areas model, where you kind of take a sampling or use aerial imagery or kind of big data and come up with a model that says your park trees are sequestering this much carbon and stormwater retention. So we've done that analysis. Now, we haven't held it up side by side to this analysis and said the organization's emitting this and we're sequestering this. We haven't taken that step yet.
So you said there's a couple different cities. Is there a ranking of which cities are doing it better and which ones aren't doing it so well?
Yeah. The only ranking that comes to mind that I've seen is percent canopy cover.
Okay.
And I believe we're at 28 or 32%, somewhere in there, which puts us towards the top 25, I would say for sure. Most cities hover around 18 to 22%. And so I know we're above that. I think Atlanta is actually the largest, has the greatest canopy cover at 42% in the country. And I know New York's was 24% and San Diego's was 11%.
Thank you very much.
Was that 24% before or after you guys planted 1 million trees when you were working there?
It was, Chairman, it was before. And then the 1 million trees were planted, and I don't know how much it grew. I do know that in San Diego we looked at a lot of growth modeling and trying to figure things out in terms of, we had 11% canopy cover. If we planted every inch of the right-of-way, we could only grow the canopy by 2 or 3%. But if we planted every park and took away every soccer field, baseball field, and turned it into a forest, we could grow at an additional 8%. And so when it comes to canopy growth, private property really becomes the ticket. That's where the majority of the land is. And then with that, it also becomes about preserving what you have in order to grow it.
Okay, so now would be an important time for us to put a plug in for the tree lottery that residents can do here in the city of Minneapolis. This was great. Thank you so much for both the scramble to get it to us quickly and then just the thoroughness of the data and the analysis that you've done to really put it in a digestible format for us. It's awesome. I would like to start by asking if the committee members could be provided with the University of Minnesota study about our carbon footprint. I think it was done in 2016 or 17, where they looked at essentially how much carbon the trees in the city of Minneapolis are holding in, and grass. I forget exactly what it all was, but it was a great report. It was very thorough. It looked at a lot of different data sources that we had available at that time. And then we did a series of videos based on that as well that we posted online. So if you could please find those and share them with the members of my committee, I'd really appreciate it. Or if it's something of interest to the whole board, maybe send it to everyone.
It's probably something we should link to in the revamped website as well. So
that would be lovely. I had a couple of questions, seeing no other lights on. When the city does their analysis, are they utilizing park managed canopy in their offset calculations?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question.
Does the city of Minneapolis, in their reporting, use park managed canopy in their offset calculations?
Chair Musich, no. They're not measuring it as an offset. Figure out how to phrase this. Zach and I have gone back and forth on how to describe this. Even if you are offsetting it with your forest canopy, you still want to report the total emitted because it is creating harm in the environment, even if you are offsetting it completely or more so in our case. So there's the strategy of improving the canopy or other tactics to improve the capture and return, but reducing our emissions in the first place is really what we've been focused on. So I don't think the city included that at all. When they do work on their climate action plan and things like that, they've definitely looked at the urban forest canopy, and I know the Park Board has provided data for those sorts of analyses. I'm pretty sure the 2040 plan had some of it in it, but I would have to look at it again. So I don't think the greenhouse gas emissions is just that, it's emissions only.
Okay, lovely. When we talk about indirect sources of our carbon footprint, are we including visitors' transportation to the parks in that, be it via bus or car? And then are we also including in that the production of the batteries in the electric vehicles that we are purchasing or contemplating and purchasing over the lifetime footprint of that vehicle? Because while electricity is not going to produce as much carbon emissions as a gasoline-powered engine would, the production of that battery is not an insignificant contributor to pollution. So are those things part of that number?
Chair Musich, the first part, the transportation of park visitors, no, we don't have that data. The second part for the vehicles, Zach mentioned briefly, but one of the things we're really interested in is a thorough electric vehicle transition study. And part of that would be identifying if we are replacing traditional vehicles with electric or hybrid models, what are the maintenance costs and changes? What are the upfront purchase costs? What are the embodied carbon implications of that? Nothing in this report touched on embodied carbon through batteries versus combustible fuels, but you can read between the lines a little bit and see where it might make a difference. For the miscellaneous, the things we looked at were non-building electricity, cement, fertilizer, water, wastewater, and solid waste.
Okay.
So,
excellent.
We just don't have the capacity for the battery question yet.
Okay.
So.
Will you have the capacity for that battery question with the software that you're asking for as part of the budget request?
The software, the energy management software is
not including vehicle consumption?
Zach, you probably spoke with the vendor more recently. We're looking at the same software product that the city already uses, and potentially sharing resources to help get that up and running faster, but it doesn't look at embodied carbon that I'm aware of.
No, not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't be plugged in, but the software does provide us the opportunity to embed unique projects like plugging in what the carbon offset of the carbon emissions of battery production would be. We could plug it into a project that's specifically attached to the electric vehicle that we have plugged into the site.
Okay.
And so we can kind of get unique with the way we use it, and that's part of the reason why we would be so interested in bringing the software aboard.
Okay, and we don't need to pay for customization to incorporate that functionality. It would just be a matter of creative utilization of what's
meter.
Okay.
We would have to do the calculations ourselves. It does also allow us to track water usage.
Oh, excellent.
So calling it energy management software seems kind of silly, actually. So.
Wonderful. The last question I had, and this is one I ask planning quite often, but I'm going to ask you guys as well. Are we exploring the potential for partnering with community solar providers to put solar panels up over our parking lots, which are a very large heat sink currently, and also typically do not have trees on them, therefore they would be a more effective place to put solar panels than some of the other locations that we've considered in the past, i.e. the roofs of buildings that have a lot of trees around them.
Chair Musich, that's a good question. We didn't get into recommendations for strategies that specific, but everything in this report would support the idea of outdoor solar installations, not just rooftop, as a practical solution. Now, where and how we put those up and fund them is a different question, but generating our own solar power is a good idea, I think.
Okay. If we do look into that, I'd love to also include in the calculations that we're doing the amount of gasoline and electricity that those vehicles would not need to utilize to cool their vehicles in the summertime, because they would be provided shade since they're parked underneath a roof provided by a solar panel. Okay. That's all we've got for you this evening. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thanks, everyone, for the really thoughtful and awesome questions. I think this is the most engaged I've seen everyone in my committee all year. I'm very excited about it. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved to adjourn.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries, and we are adjourned.
Time being 8:39, I would like to call to order the Recreation Committee. Secretary Ringo, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Severson.
Present.
Chair French.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All not in favor? None. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, October 16, 2019.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? No. So today we have something I've been kind of waiting for about a week or so. We have a study report and a presentation from folks from Richard Green Central, the junior journalist program. We got Ralph Chowder. I think Cynthia Wilson will be here.
She's here.
You're not presenting? Oh, we're going to have some questions for you. I'm sorry, brother. Ralph Crowder. So this is a presentation about the junior journalism program that's going on at Richard Green. That there was a Scott Disick grant that came about, and it was a really magical stuff that was going on this summer at Richard Green. And we have a little presentation that we're going to see right now, and hopefully our commissioners enjoyed it as much as I did. Little technical difficulties, we'll be okay. If need be, we'll all just crowd around my phone and watch it.
Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner French, thank you so much for teeing up the presentation. I am hopeful that you guys all have both audio and video in front of you. If you do not,
we can see this.
We can see it on here.
Oh, perfect. Otherwise, I would invite you to come out and join the audience. Unfortunately, I don't know the timing of the video, so I will ask you to be directed by Mr. Crowder. So as soon as we get this sorted out. We're ready? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Crowder.
Thank you. You've been talked to the whole evening. I'm so glad that I'm here with you right now. We just came off of carbon imprints. I'm here to talk about a better youth imprint. I think I've been here the whole meeting, and I probably heard two things around youth, and one was around Farview Park, and this would be the second one. So for you as a board who've identified yourself to actually enhance and build on your youth programming, you probably should do a little better in these meetings since that's in your identified goals. But with that, this is just sharing some really good work with you. And I hope you enjoy this, and I'll have some brief words at the conclusion. So hopefully you can see and hear everything fine. And thank you, Commissioner French and Mrs. Cindy Wilson, the Park Director at Richard Green Central. Okay, I'm here with my brother Jaden. Peace, brother.
Hi guys, I'm Jaden.
Okay, and we are at Richard Green Central today, and we are doing this interview with this young man, this excellent young man who's been participating in our, who's been participating in our summer program here at Richard Green Central. It's a junior journalist, but we've also incorporated things around media with our journalism program, as well as entrepreneurship and community engagement for young men like yourself.
Young Z, and my brother, real quick, because you know how we do this, why don't you introduce yourself real quick, say your name, how old you are, and what school you go to.
My name's Xavier, and I go to Burroughs and I'm 10 years old.
All right. Okay, so he's bridging the gap because he's going to Burroughs. Okay, that's what's up. Okay, and little Z, this is your certificate of achievement for our group at Richard Green Central. This is for achievement and leadership, so you can bring this home to your mom and dad, and your whole family. But this is for your outstanding commitment in your Central Green community, and it's given to you this month of September on the day of the 14th day of the month, and this 2019 year. And so this is from your people at Richard Green Central. So raise that up for everybody to see. Give this young man an applause.
One of the things we're doing with this particular program is we're practicing on our reading and writing skills, and actually being able to speak publicly into an audience. Because when you start this young with that, by the time he's 18, he's going to be on it. He's going to be definitely able to advocate for himself, whether that be in the community or in the classroom or at the workplace. Peace, brother. All right. So first of all, Dad, let me go ahead and present your son with that gift card. You know what I'm saying, for completing the mission for the whole summer activity. How important is programs like this, man, for you as a parent?
That's very important, you know. Where I'm from, kids don't have a lot of opportunities like that, you know. They don't really have after-school programs, places to go to do anything, to learn any type of skills.
My name is Abdi. I'm 14 years old, and I go to MTS Middle School.
And my name is Jamal. I'm 13, and I go to Justice Page Middle School.
It was fun. It was great. I had a good time. I made new friends. I met new people. I learned how to handle business.
It was good. I liked it, and I liked how that while we were doing the women day that we get to listen to music and stuff, and how while we was talking on the microphone, help try to more people.
My name is Eloise Butler. I'm 10 years old. How did it feel to be recognized as a young journalist for Central Block? Central. Okay. Good, because I had fun, and because I knew my mom was supporting me, because I knew I accomplished something new and had fun doing it with my friends.
We're approved by like getting more people involved.
I didn't know just how beautiful this was. My son was saying that he was going to bring Central. Now I knew when he was Central, I didn't know that he was going to bring Central to be a part of something so epic and something so big and huge for them, for all of them. I'm like, okay, I think he's going to make some basketball. But once I saw, he came home with the video we saw earlier. I don't know if it was late, but they gave him the achievement. Yes, a leadership award of achievement. And I was like, wow. Wow, that's so huge for a young black kid, a young black boy, especially in society right now. You're being recognized for something that a lot of kids don't even know that they should be part of, or they should be doing.
I feel that we're doing a good thing for the community.
Tell everybody in the audience how you felt about interviewing people from the community and the things that you really liked about the group.
How I felt about the group, because it was fun and not being in the house a lot. So that's why I just like coming outside and hanging out in the house. And I like to interview people so I could get to know them more than what I knew before.
So you can tell this young brother's gifted.
My summer has been fun. I got to hook up and meet with other people. I got to meet really cool people, hang out with really cool people, sleep over my friend's house. It's a lot of stuff I did this summer, but nothing can top up for me being here to collect what I worked for.
So I'm just very grateful for this program and what Brother Ralph is doing and what Sister Cynthia is doing as well. Sister Cindy, I'm telling you, you have been a huge help, starting out even with the girls program. And I know that's tough. So the same thing that you see Brother Ralph doing, Sister Cynthia has been doing the same thing. And she started out with some young girls, and I'm just telling you, these young girls, I mean, it's tough.
My name is Talasia. I'm 13. I go to Sanford Middle School, and I've been with a group for about 4 years now. And I mostly go up there to have talk shows, and my experience with it is to make sure people have a place to come when they don't have nothing to do.
I learned how to sell stuff. Yeah, it was just a good time.
Okay. Well, as you can tell, our brother Abdi's being recorded. We got an all-star celebrity lineup here. We got videographers. We got everybody out here doing their thing.
It's really going down here at Richard Gray Central.
Talk a little bit about what do you want to do? What are your interests when you get older? How do you want to either be an example for your work or service in the community? What are you interested in?
I'm interested in being a talk show person.
I didn't even know it. And Talacia's grandma's here. How you doing? Okay. And a mom. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. My fault. Yes. So that's another example of family support.
I think that's awesome. That's real good. Have to learn how to work with other kids, other people. Period. Just have a place where he can learn something different. Besides the skills that he learned at home.
How did it feel to be recognized as a young journalist leader at the Central Neighborhood Association? I was cool to know people know. It was cool to know that people know what you have been doing as a kid. Other kids just sit at home and do nothing. But now people know that we are not like them and we've been going to a youth group on our free time. And it was fun. It was really cool that random people came up to me and was giving me a handshake. It felt like I was famous or something.
Thanks, Mom, for letting me come outside, because I would have never had this opportunity if you wouldn't let me come outside. I'm thankful I got to come outside and do this program with my friends.
Y'all kids need us. I've got a 12-year-old son. What I'm really getting at is that we need more investment in these kids, and Ralph, what you're doing, man, I got to commend you. It's like, good. Ralph, this is not the last session, right? No. This is an ongoing program.
Positive things that keep making me come back to the Central Youth Groups are, I feel like the things we do in our group help the community and show a positive vibe to moms and parents and people in the Central area. Also, I feel like it's a better use of our time than sitting in the house and being bored or worried selling drugs or killing our brothers and sisters. So, I put blood in the crib, and they was putting guns in each other, and then it was saying, die, shoot, something like that. And then I put boys in the corner and shine that light, and I played, and then they both lit the light, it was like, put the gun down. I see something, you're blessed, I see something. And then, the blood was like, stop it, and let's talk about it, and then the said, fine. Went into and they got each other, the blood friends and the crib friends, and they was holding hands to each other, and they was inside of the boys group, and they was saying, let's make relationships. All right.
My name is Tyrone, and I'm here interviewing Miss Queen.
I think that overcoming adversity means that you gotta give back and you gotta give a lot of love. And so that's what's keeping me motivated, that's what's keeping me moving. And I think that, I heard that here already today. It's about love, it's about give back, and definitely this is where it's at. This is where it's at.
I would just love it if we all left the building together and took a big picture outside to let everybody know that there's something happening in this community together, okay?
So this is an excellent picture right here. This shows and demonstrated what we was able to do with the partnership with the library, community organizations from the Central Neighborhood Association, the community-based organization representing the neighborhood, So a brief history of where this particular program derived from. In 2016, Project Feed donated selected programs, curriculum, and staff as a 3-year community partnership committed with Green Central Park. The partnership was designed to enhance needed family and youth engagement in the neighborhood. Anybody who's familiar with the Central neighborhood know that most kids that attend either Green Central, the school, or who live directly in the community, we're talking about households that are living below the poverty line. So this partnership that we created with the Green Central staff, with Cindy over there directing the park, was excellent. And so the Junior Journalist Program was developed by Green Central Park Director with professional consultation by Project Feed staff. A media-based summer youth curriculum was approved and supported through a Minneapolis Park and Recreation Walter Diezik Fund Innovation Grant. So this was the summer, part of the summer experience. Part of the summer, we were basically focused on 16 to 20 youth between the ages of 8 and 15. And they spent a collective total of about 960 program hours doing the following activities. And they also had fun while they were doing it. That's the most important thing. So we had a community service work at a local nonprofit organization inside their food show, inside Sabathani Community Center, which is a neighborhood institution right there in the Green neighborhood. They spent those hours writing, reading, and public speaking, which is very important, as we talked about in that particular video. Unfortunately, some of our kids that are in our public schools, it's a real challenge for them to even write 3 sentences. That's a part of a major challenge, just writing 3 sentences. And so as we were ranked, unfortunately, in the country as a failing school system, I mean, a lot of the parks are dealing with children that are kind of like the front line of that failure as they look for safe places to navigate in our park system. So, but they also spent that time hosting, producing, and directing community-based radio show, using shared available technology of personal or program resource. So the kids obviously had their own technology, their cell phones. We had meeting groups that established what we were going to talk about, and we were broadcasting live in our neighborhood. So we had a traveling lemonade stand, and a part of our lemonade stand for a part of this was a live radio show. So with that lemonade stand, that's an example of how we develop social entrepreneurship activities to supplement the interests of their need for stable summer employment. So obviously, if your family's living below the poverty line, for a lot of these young ones, there was a real need, even at 8 years old, just to have some change in their pocket. So having them help develop that was very important for their belief in themselves, also the belief that they had in their community. So they also learned environmental lessons of keeping park and public space clean and inviting for educational group activities. What they were taking part was an educational group activity in their neighborhood. And so understanding the importance of keeping the park space clean and inviting to that energy was very important. And also with that, they affirmed the value of park and recreation programs to their family and, more importantly, the community at large. I mean, this was well talked about in their family, well respected within their family, and the community was also a part of that success. So these are the outcomes. And the outcomes are very important. So
new business and organization and community support for at-risk neighborhood youth. And the reason why I say at risk, and I know that word is used a lot, at risk, but these are talented young people. But they are at risk within their neighborhoods. With the theme about the kids staying at home, not wanting to stay at home. Well, that's because their parents sometimes want them to stay at home because in the neighborhood they might not feel safe. Kind of a theme of the issue that we heard about the Farview Park football incident. So the youth, the outcomes that we noticed was youth self-esteem, confidence, and a belief in new possibilities of success outside a traditional model of sports or entertainment. Unfortunately, as we know, for many of these kids, they only look at sports or entertainment as being possible models of success. Another outcome was more parent and community involvement in support of park staff, and support of the Green Central Park staff specifically. And then we also had a program assessment that determined all participating parents expressed continued need for this junior journalist youth programming. And that's rare, I mean, to have all parents buy in on that. So this was definitely an innovative process that was organic for this particular neighborhood, and it was a total success. So right now we're requesting additional support from you, being the park board that has identified itself again as wanting to expand and prioritize their youth programming initiative. So what we are asking, based on the success of only $15,000, which is really, in park board talk, sometimes a one-time event. Again, sitting here in this meeting was important to kind of hear the priorities. And so we were able to actually do amazing work with $15,000. Now what we're asking is a 3-year commitment of $100,000 per year to further address needed urgency of this kind of targeted youth programming, outside of the sports model. What we would like to do is actually implement a pilot 3-year citywide program based at the Richard Green Central Park and the school campus. The community-based junior journalist program can be a key component to any existing or developing full-service community site models. So I'm familiar with the community, full-service community school models that are in partnership with the park. There's only 3 system-wide, 2 on the north side, 1 in the central neighborhood over south. And so this would definitely fit in with any plans in regard to that for a partnership with the school. It's a perfect match, especially allowing us to advance the need to have more use of classroom space, technology, and really just a combination of school and parks. Kids need both of those kind of supports. Some kids are doing good in the system, in the school or the parks. But some kids, really are like this meeting. They kind of come last, They deal with some challenges that maybe they're not able to sit all the way through because they're not really patient to see the mission through, and they need a little extra help. They need adults that believe in them. They need administration that believes in them. They need their elected leadership that believes in them. And so this picture right here, to me, represents many stories within one picture. I think of this gentleman right here, if you can see him, if I could point to him in the mouse, right here with the glasses on.
I think we lost, thank you. We lost the photo for a second.
Yeah, let me just back it up real quick. But this was young Z's grandfather, that he was so excited that he attended this particular ceremony to conclude the program for the summer session. He told me a brief story of how His grandfather, he hadn't seen him in quite a long time, and this was his father's father, who unfortunately was dealing with a situation where he was not able to be in the house. And so he was very excited that his grandfather was able to attend this particular ceremony. We had people there, lawyers there from the Hennepin County office, Jabari. We had parent representation, and we really just want to focus on this right here. It's like youth being able to speak for themselves. Prepare them to even speak to you publicly. And so this was a young man, Abdi, and he, at the end of everything, he was asked on his worksheet that we do a writing class around this program, what kind of support do kids in the neighborhood need from other adults? And his answer was 3 things. Give them jobs so they can stay out of the streets. Another answer was support them by talking to them. And the final answer that he said was helping them by giving them work to do. So those 3 points were summarized by a young man who's 14 years old. And I believe in those 3 things fully. Thank you for having us present. I know the evening is long, but we appreciate the experience that we've had at Richard Green Central. We also appreciate leadership from a park director who was working with us, believing in this program. And we also appreciate our commissioner, Londell French, who actually lives in the neighborhood and represents this neighborhood, who was able to actually not only see us, but take his time out to have us be recognized in this setting. So we appreciate that, and hopefully we can bring some of our kids and parents back when we're a little more situated with a correct time, so we can tell parents and kids that have busy schedules that the park board commissioners and the superintendent would like to hear from them. So thank you.
I want to say thank you, Brother Ralph. Any questions? Commissioner Musich, I think you're first.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair French. I just have a couple of questions about the program. I'm wondering how many young people participated in the program over its duration, and then how many days a week was it offered, and how many hours a day did kids participate? And if you could provide me with that, that'd be great.
So our target was to a total number of 16 youth, and that was our focus groups of young girls and boys. And Cindy coordinated the girls program out of that, and then I coordinated the boys component.
So you had 16 young men and 16 young women that participated?
16
total.
16 total.
Okay,
that was identified to participate in the program. Now, I could say we definitely went over that, but our focus was 16. But we were definitely over that many days. Now, with that, we did meet our program curriculum was 2 days a week, Monday and Wednesdays. We would meet from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. At the conclusion of our group, we would also feed the kids a quality meal. And that's important too for parents who may be dealing with a certain amount of stress, where you can not only give them a quality educational experience, but then feed them a good meal, so that takes a little pressure off of mom and dad or both for the dinner for that evening. And also there were parents that joined us for dinner as well. Your other questions were the hours?
Oh, I was just wondering, how long did the program last for? So was it a 2-week program, or did you have it all summer long?
This was through the summer. Actually, we concluded the program, Cindy, what was it? Maybe about 2 weeks ago? Yeah, 2 weeks ago we concluded the program. We're taking taking like a 3-week break. I'm actually going to make a site visit to a program in Baltimore, Maryland, tomorrow. to bring some more best practices back from an innovative program there. We're taking a 3-week break, and then we're coming back for our winter session.
Okay, so it was June through October, 2 days a week?
Yes.
From 5:30 to 7?
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much for the information. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Vito.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to say thank you for your service. Just from what I've heard you say, I know you know how to work with young people. You covered all the bases, rewarding them for all their time and hard work that they spent on this project. I guess I do kind of have a question. Were they fed, and how many hours a day, did they spend? Were they bringing other kids with them? Like what, was it so good to them that they just started bringing the whole neighborhood?
Yeah, and that's the end right there. They were so good to them that they started to bring the whole neighborhood. Right. Exactly right. And a little bit of that neighborhood was reflected in that picture at the library for our culmination celebration. So
that seemed like way more than 16.
Oh yeah.
People
well, that's what I mean. I mean, we focused on 16 because it was that's what we were set up to really work with per the budget that we was able to achieve through the Walter Dizziak Innovation Fund. Am I saying his last name right?
Dizziak.
All right. Okay. But that's what we were set up per the budget for the grant for the summer. So obviously, our capacity is able to serve more kids because this program did have a full buy-in, not only with the park staff, but also the broader community and valuable institutions in the community. Like I said, the neighborhood association, the public library, local businesses, even middleweight champion, soon-to-be champion boxer from the Minneapolis neighborhood, Jamal Shango James.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
My last question is: did you requested a dollar amount? Have you talked to staff about what that covers? How the program will be different? What equipment you know what I mean? Like, have you put together an itemized budget for the money that you've requested?
Absolutely, and I don't think that this particular conversation we're having now was, in terms of how we were invited, was more to familiarize you with the program itself. And then I assume moving forward, based on our requests, that we would have follow-up meetings and engage more interest from either the board, superintendent, administration, or whoever, and present that kind of budget for a citywide initiative pilot program for 3 years, based out of Richard Green Central.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Really, this is a very exciting project, and I appreciate all your obvious passion, for it and everything. I guess the question, the question I was going to ask have been already asked, budget, et cetera. Probably the fun thing to ask you is, okay, so which kid is going to be sitting up here?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad you said that, because that's why I wanted to clarify what I meant by the word at risk, because many times when you use that kind of word, you can almost label a child as personally being at risk, like that's their person. It's more the environment creates conditions of being more at risk. So what we're doing is we're developing leadership to actually represent their own views around however they interact with their personal lives or the experiences in their community or family. And when you're able to do the basic foundational things of reading, writing, and speaking publicly, I mean, you're really prepared to represent yourself not only here in a delegation, but also where you're sitting right now. So hopefully we'll be able to make an impact on that.
Commissioner Muse, are you done? Commissioner Muse for the second time.
Thank you, Chair French. I forgot to ask. Were children that enrolled in this program charged any additional fees, or did it get offered to them at no cost?
Absolutely. Any program fees that we would have, because as I said, being a part of Project Feed, we donated our services. consultation for our curriculum and the programs, and the junior journalist program was influenced by the direction of Mrs. Cindy Wilson, the park director, and so we donated a lot of our value as a 3-year partnership because we were willing to build on capacity, just starting from a very basic level of putting our programs and curriculum inside the park. And so we're at the point now, 3 years later, where we're showing the results of that work. And so that, all those things will be, pretty much detailed in our budget and things of that nature.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm a little confused now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the program's been going on for 3 years?
No, actually, so this is what Project Feed is an actual after-school summer program.
Okay.
And it's families empowering each other through educational documentaries. And so that is a separate program that was working as a donation community partnership, a program that I'm a part of, that we donated our time, our Project Feed curriculum, and youth programming for a 3-year period within Richard Green Central. So out of that curriculum and experience of that program, birthed the junior journalists.
Okay, so this is an offshoot of another program that you did with the schools.
But very much as we're working inside of Richard Green Central with the leadership there, that particular expertise is a part of that investment. So that's why we were able to waive any kind of fees, because it was a donation of services.
Okay, so the entire program cost was covered by the Innovation Fund?
No, yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the participants just came
entered,
and participated.
And they brought a lot of people with them.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Would you just FYI, the majority of the programs at Central are free programs, just because of the demographics and such, so any generate any revenue.
Do you want to come up to the mic so people at home can hear you as well? Thank you. For our viewers at home, they probably can't hear you.
So I was just saying, the majority of the programs at Central are normally free.
Okay.
Any programs that we generate revenue would probably be like our athletics, where we have a particular fee assessed to it, but everything else is pretty much free.
Okay, so you just build that into your budget.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll get to talk. So as a citywide park commissioner, I'm not really supposed to have a particular park to have a favorite. They say parents aren't supposed to have favorite kids, and commissioners aren't supposed to have favorite parks, but Richard Green is the first park I ever worked at when I moved to Minneapolis. I didn't know anybody, and Richard Green was a way for me to meet people in that neighborhood and actually become a community member. So Richard Green is my favorite park, and the way I lucked up onto this program is I was coming home from work one day, going home, and I see all these kids hanging out selling lemonade. And I'm like, well, what's going on over here? And I stopped, I pulled my car over right there and there, and the kids were like, you want some lemonade? I'm like, I can't, I'm diabetic, I can't drink lemonade. But they were trying to sell, and they were involved, they were engaged in their neighborhood, and they had caring adults right there with them. So when they made mistakes, I don't know if y'all know what it's like to have about 10 or 15 young men and trying to corral them. Like when they're excited about stuff, they're selling lemonade, there's money coming in, their friends are walking, they're excited. And I've watched my brother Ralph right here, corral them back in order, say, come on, let's get back on task. And it was a really good program what I witnessed. And I think if we dug a little bit deeper and figured out that there are more kids in our parks that just don't care about sports. They care about other stuff. And I've always, me and Commissioner Severson, we've had a back and forth about we need to address that urban nerd. I say that the kid really just doesn't get sports or just doesn't care about sports, really doesn't care about outside. But we have to find a place for those kids to be interested in things, and sports ain't the only thing to be interested in, this program is right up my alley, right up the alley of non-sports activities that kids can do. So I really do appreciate the work you've done. Miss Cynthia, appreciate the work you've done with the young ladies. And Miss Cindy, I appreciate the work you've done over at Richard Green, which is my favorite park. Don't tell nobody, which is my favorite park. And I'm just looking forward to what can come out of this program, and just love the work that you've been doing, brother. I appreciate you so much.
And then if I could say one last thing to your point, I mean, if we could.
Can I let Commissioner, can I let Vice President Hassan say something? Then I'll let you finish.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner French and my brother Ralph and Cynthia. I've been there a couple of times. You guys are doing a great job. I've met some of the kids after the program. And I was one of the people actually that advocated the Walter District to be increased in 2018. I worked so hard, and I'm so happy that the results are coming out. I'm going to make one request that we also, if we can get some of the other programs that are happening across the city, include, this is a great one. Very impressive work. And if we can also get some of the results that came out of some of the parks, like Franklin Steele was one of the parks that we wanted to make sure there's things that are happening, and across the city, it's something that we want to see, that this kind of programs are not happen only particular park, but they happen across systems. So great job. Thanks, guys.
I'll let you go ahead and finish up.
Oh yeah, and just even the citywide focus of what we would like to see. A lot of our kids actually came from other park areas. I mean, we had kids that were riding the city bus all the way from over north just to come to this particular program. And so what I would like to say is, also to your point, we would like to make this cool. You know what I mean? Like this is not only for the nerds, but it's for the cool kids. You know, it's a good mix of energy of different kind of kids believing in themselves, feeling more confident about their possibilities to succeed. Very foundational priorities around reading, writing, and advocating and speaking for themselves, and actually partnering with a broader belief in their own community. So again, we're in full belief that this could be something great with a little bit of seed money and a little bit of love, additional love that was already supplied to, again, sometimes these are the kids that are last on the list. But you give them a little time, love, and attention, they can be the first ones to provide some excellent leadership and provide a needed voice for a city that has a great park system and a capacity to build even further on a lot of kids that need a little extra attention.
Thank you, Brother Ralph. Appreciate you very much. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
All not in favor, say no. We are adjourned.
Reconvene the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to order. Chair Vita.
I'd like to move resolution 2019-367, a resolution consenting to pursuant to section 5.2 of the lease agreement with the Lopez Foundation, Boulder Nordic Sport, Boulder Cycle Sport, and Boulder Sports LLC as the subleasee and subtenant of the Lopez Foundation at the Theodore Wirth Regional Park within the Adventure Welcome Center building.
367 has been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on 2019-367? Seeing none, I would ask the Secretary to take a roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 nay.
The resolution passes. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-369, resolution approving a UV filter and structure easement and a stormwater reuse agreement with the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization at the site currently but not permanently known as Towerside Park.
369 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-369, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 2019-369 carries. Moving on to petitions and communications. I will start with Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just have a quick couple things. First things first, though. Happy 20th work anniversary, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold. 20 whole years. You're doing a mighty fine job. Thank you for your commitment to our parks. I really appreciate you being here during my time here. I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you so much for your service. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. I had the opportunity last week to spend 2 days interviewing future park police. What an experience. And when I say 2 whole days, I mean 2 whole days, 8 o'clock till 6 o'clock. We interviewed close to 30 candidates. I'm looking forward to us getting some new excited park police. We only did the first interview, so there's a whole lot of stuff that's gonna come after the interviews. I think the next day they were taking the physical exam, and then there's a whole lot of other stuff that'll happen. So although there were many, many applicants, there was a little bit over 20 that made it to the first interview. Looking forward to see who we end up with. And then the last thing, I've talked to staff about this, but Portland has the smallest park, and I think it's time we get it. Right, Michael? We should beat them. We need the smallest park. We're going to take on this challenge. When I showed Assistant Superintendent Schroeder how small the park was, he really understood the challenge that this is. It's a very, very small park. So my legacy is going to be the smallest park. We will beat Portland. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Meyer.
Commissioner Vita is stealing my issue.
You weren't bringing it up today. It's fine.
I have a constituent who requested to have the world's smallest park here in Minneapolis. And I said that I would champion it if they successfully quit smoking, and they've been successful at that so far. But Latricia is taking away some of my leverage on that. Let's see. So I visited with State Auditor Julie Blaha this morning about fossil fuel divestment. We had a very productive conversation about that. Worked through a lot of questions that she had and questions that she wants to ask their investment team. So just wanted to update the board. It's taken a while for momentum to get moving on that, but we've had some progress on that, and we'll be meeting with the other members of the executive board soon. And then a reminder that I'll be holding a listening session tomorrow about the budget at 7 p.m. at Northeast Rec Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Kogel? Yes. Commissioner French?
This doesn't have to do anything with parks, but just bonding with fellow park commissioners. Me and Commissioner Kogel a couple weeks ago had the opportunity to go and watch Nick Aldis, the national treasure, National Wrestling Alliance heavyweight champion of the world, at Modus Brewery. I think Jono had a good time. I had a good time. And hopefully I can get some more commissioners to come out and see some fierce independent wrestling. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Just a couple of things. I've had an incredibly wonderful time buckthorn busting with root slayers and many volunteers at both Eloise Butler and also at Nokomis. And it's just so tangible. I love that activity. The Minneapolis Parks Foundation had a retreat, a week or so ago, and the topic was mapping prejudice. For those of you who know about it, it is about the covenants that are on properties, specifically in Minneapolis, racial, eliminating, whatever covenants that the thing that, I've heard this numerous times over the past couple of years, but what really occurred to me is that we, the park system, have benefited from those actions in the sense that those developers, many of them, quote unquote, donated land to us, a part of their developments. This was under the time of Theodore Wirth, who espoused the idea of that parks are not for the classes, but for the masses. In essence, though, this whole, these actions and everything really were counter to what he was espousing. So I don't know specifically what properties were donated as a result. I suspect that possibly a lot of West River Road was, potentially Hiawatha. But anyway, I want to look into perhaps are there any particular covenants that might be in any of those deeds that we would like to get eradicated. But I just want us all to be very cognizant of the fact that we benefited from these particular actions, and so it is our obligation to correct as best we can those behaviors. I also had the opportunity to join the bonding tour last week, and Councilmember Palmisano was there, but most importantly was that Commissioner Franz, who is the commissioner of the Minnesota Management and Budget. First of all, he said the more that's in the more requests there are, the greater possibility that we might get people might get funded, and so I found that an interesting way of looking at things. Whatever, I won't get into it why, but the fun thing was that his comments about the 26 overlook possibly is one of the most likely things that will get funded because it is shovel ready. And I thought that was a very interesting perspective, and appreciate hearing that positive attitude. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'd like to encourage us to move recreation to the top of the agenda in the future for the specific reason that families and children usually come out and want to show off some of the stuff that they've done. I thought I requested that before, but maybe this got moved back. And if anyone has a concern about us moving that forward, I'd be interested in hearing that. I was excited to see Fireview parents or Northside parents here this evening. Too often we don't see Northside families line up to speak at open time and share their opinions. It has been an interesting couple of weeks as an elected official trying to help people find voice when they're struggling with government or choices that government makes on the behalf of themselves. I do want to say that I'm really disappointed, and I hope once again that youth violence didn't fall on deaf ears. It happens too often in North Minneapolis. Shootings happen every day. It's not on the news. And again, I'm still disappointed that we didn't go after more money. And it feels like we're being more reactive than proactive. Because youth programming will prevent youth violence. The police don't want to show up to deal with youth violence. I'm sure they would have plenty better things that they want to do and plenty things that they want to see our kids being successful at. So once again, I want to let everyone know here that it's important that we fund youth programs, including our mayor. Last but not least, I had a great time at US Bank Stadium watching some of our youth football teams play. I just want to say this is kind of a crown jewel that we got going on the north side right now. We actually have families coming from northeast Minneapolis and south Minneapolis to the north side for football now. Far too often we see our people leaving our community to go eat because we don't have restaurants, to go to other places for recreation because they feel it's more safe, go to other places for education because they feel like there's better opportunities there. So we have something that's going well here in North Minneapolis, and I hope I see more commissioners and more staff supporting something that's successful and working inside of our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you very much. On the topic of team building amongst commissioners, I'd love to go to wrestling. Let me know next time they're having a matchup. Londa, I'd love that. And then I also created our polar plunge team, the Park Plungers. I sent y'all an invitation to join us. Oh, are you tapping out, Commissioner Cogill? You need to rethink that. Anyway, I created our polar plunge team. I'd love to see a couple of you join us this year for plunging to help fund the Special Olympics. And if you cannot bring yourselves to sacrifice your personal warmth and comfort by jumping into the gloriously chilly and refreshing waters of Bure Makaska, you can come and you can cheer us on. Because we would love to have, you ring some cowbells or ring some cowbells or, shout out encouragement. The other topic I want to talk about was buckthorn. Thank you so much, Commissioner Forney, for joining the Friends of Lake Nokomis in pulling buckthorn this past weekend. It was backbreaking labor, but really awesome to see how much we actually got out of the site. And I was informed today that the location that we did the pull this weekend has been okayed as a site for the Cover It Up Citizen Science Project. So if the park board signs off on the Friends of Lake Nokomis participation in that, it'll be a citizen science site for 3 years, 2020 through 2022. Which is pretty exciting. It's a program that the University of Minnesota Department of Forestry Resources is engaged in throughout the state to experiment with different native plants and shrubs to try to control buckthorn via their establishment. So, pretty exciting stuff. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Vice President Hassan.
I'll pass.
Thank you. I will, being 9:37, I will also pass. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.